Your neighbor.
I have 2 springs. I have insulated
He did?
neighbor Massey's.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here on a Saturday, sharing your time with us. This is the budget hearing for November 2nd, 2019 for the 2020 budget. Please rise for the pledge.
Or leave.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk Simpson, roll call.
Trustee Kruger? Present. Trustee Raffato?
Here.
Trustee Papantos? Present. Trustee Lang?
Here.
Trustee Vito?
Here.
Trustee Vogel?
Here.
President Horker?
Here. Citizens' concerns and comments. Clerk Simpson.
Citizens' concerns and comments. Members of the public may address the board with comments regarding only those items that are relevant to village business. No citizens shall speak for more than 5 minutes without consent of the board. Members of the general public who wish to address the board must sign the request to speak form prior to the commencement of the public meeting. Mr. Rosen.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm here talking as an individual, not anything to do with my elected position. So I'm here just to make known that maybe for a lot of people that aren't here today, whatever you can do to keep our taxes down, you know, if there's a way we can maybe not have an increase in our taxes from this area, would be wonderful, although I'm sure this has already been discussed and already been determined, but I just wanted to make it known that there are a lot of taxpayers out there that are hurting pretty bad, and increases in their taxes is something that could be very painful to some, maybe not myself, but to some of us out there. Number 2, I'm very happy to announce that yesterday at our Rotary meeting, we were given the opportunity, or not the opportunity, there was a $500,000 pledge made by the Blaine family. Jack Blaine was one of our dear dear members, and his family has given $500,000 to the End Polio campaign, and it's done in honor of our Wheeling Rotary, who they claim have done a nice job for Wheeling, as well as doing really nice things for Jack and what he's been able to do for the world in trying to stop polio. Finally, Tuesday, just want to remind everybody, we're trying to honor Judy Abriscato, somebody that has loved this village, loved the police, loved the fire department, and anybody who would like to come, it's at 6:30 over at Chevy Chase this Tuesday, and I would love to have you there. So we also have raffle tickets too if you're interested. So I thank you, and good luck today. It's going to be, I know it's not a fun day for you guys.
Ms. Wilson?
Man, just okay. Good morning. I was looking through the budget, and something in the introductory pages contradicted what Pat Horker told me when he was running for campaign. He had said that he was concerned that the village would not raise the tax levy for several consecutive years, and then that they would, you know, after an election was won, that it would go up a very large amount. And in the introductory section, it said that the village was wise to have, since 2008, I believe it was that time frame, that they had done small incremental increases every year. And so, Pat Horker, I'm surprised that as village president that you allowed that to go printed. I'm sure that you got a copy of this before the meeting. And since that was one of your campaign issues as you ran, to make certain that we didn't fool the public with holding the tax levy down for several consecutive years and then raising it. I know that is the plan moving forward, I noticed. And thus far, you've stuck with that with small incremental raises. But I echo Mr. Rosen's concern about taxes and spending, and budget, it said over 70% of the budget was personnel, salaries, and benefits. And I'm going to echo again what I've stated before, my concern about our village manager, over $200,000 a year salary, not arriving till late morning or early afternoon every single day for an entire year based on Freedom of Information Act obtained, records obtained by the Edgar County Watchdogs. It is my feeling that we will get more bang for our buck if the village supervisor, the manager, is on site to supervise the goings-on. It's common sense that if the boss isn't around, people tend to not work as hard. I think as the top official, the highest managerial employee in the village, he sets the standard for work ethic. So even though many of you argue in his defense that he's working from home, it just gives a bad impression to the other employees. We don't really know what he's doing at home. Also with spending, several years ago when he was in the Public Works Department, Director Mondeshane hired a consultant to come in and help with spending to streamline. She had recommended that the office supplies all be ordered from one company because they were ordered from many different companies, and that you would get discount rates through doing so. And at that time, he was very resistant to accepting any help from her, but since she was hired by Mr. Mondeshane, he submitted. She said that she was very disappointed to look through the bills packets to see that they're back to the way it had been before they hired her, ordering from a multitude of different suppliers. Another example of some thrifty, not so thrifty spending, the paper towels. These are like, I don't know, really nice paper towels in the bathroom, nice little leaves on them. Any municipal building I ever go to have the traditional paper bag brown paper towels. I mean, this is a small thing, but it all adds up. It really does. So I think our village manager he likes to spend. I think he likes luxury items for himself and his employees. And I think it's got to change. I'm concerned about, I read the minutes from the July 15th meeting. Citizen Mark Coriander brought up an excellent point that the meeting had been relocated to the firehouse at the last minute. 7:20 that morning is when it was published online. And so I'm kind of concerned about, when I read the minutes, they were talking about the budget for the new firehouse, and there was a 100% consensus. I don't know why that wouldn't have been televised and why you would wait to the last minute. That's actually, I believe it's an Open Meetings Act violation. So I'm concerned that the amount you have in here really reflects what it's actually going to be. I knew, and it also said that it's no longer meeting the needs of the fire department. So I would like to hear a rationale for why we need, how exactly it's not meeting the needs, because I think it needs to meet the needs of the people and not the employees. I think that the Taj Mahal firehouse we have over on Milwaukee Avenue, the housing there is nicer than, 40%, 50% of the people that live here in Wheeling. So, and also based on the extent that the police chief went to dissuade me from bringing out issues of that meeting being concealed, it has me concerned that the spending is much more over budget than you've actually published here.
Thank you.
That's it.
Discussions. Fiscal year 2020 budget for the Village of Wheeling. Want to say anything?
Yeah. Thank you.
Take it over, Mr.
Yeah, well, good morning to all. Thank you for, as President Horker said earlier, spending your morning with us. This is a very important workshop meeting where we present the fiscal year 2020 budget to the public and for discussion with the board. I'd like to begin with some acknowledgement and thanks first to staff. In total, this is not the beginning of the process. This is actually getting towards the end of the process. So what we're presenting today is the culmination of hours and hours and hours of work from staff, and in addition to just the document itself, sticking to this budget and the policies that the board has put forward is a daily effort. So not only is this a credit to the department heads and staff that worked on the document itself, but truly every single employee in this village has an impact on making sure that we are able to deliver you both a balanced budget as we look forward and a budget that comes under, as we say, when we're looking backwards. So my acknowledgement and appreciation to all the department heads and really all of the village staff. As well, I think some gratitude should be extended to the village board for your continued leadership. If not for your consistency, I don't think that staff would be able to present to you another balanced budget. This is the fifth consecutive year that we are presenting you with a balanced budget. It cannot be overstated that staying consistent with policy, with your perspective on spending, with your perspective on the importance of maintaining our CIP and infrastructure projects, the Village of Wheeling would not be in the situation that we are in, which is very good. So I would like to acknowledge the board's leadership for that as well. As I said, this is the fifth consecutive balanced budget. That is very good news. We have, while we're still feeling the effects of the downturn from over 10 years ago at this point, we are living the new normal, and I think we have figured out a way to succeed within the new normal. That is not to say that there aren't challenges that continue to carry over from that period, as well as present themselves as new every year. We had a number of closings this year. We had a couple of restaurants that closed. We also had a couple that are open. So I think the idea, that example of a couple of restaurants closed, a couple open, that's kind of where we're at. We're staying afloat, but we're really not seeing any growth in sales tax revenues, and that's a challenge. And you will see far more detail from Director Monchain in a few minutes about the challenge of very, very little growth when it comes to income tax. When it comes to sales tax over the past 10 years. There are a number of opportunities. 2020 looks to be a very exciting year because there's a lot of unknowns, but for the first time those unknowns fall in the category of being something that we can look forward to. Typically we're very concerned about what the state is going to do as far as their overreach into our revenue stream and how they're going to take more money away. This year, there are a number of opportunities that we think are going to positively impact our bottom line. There's the Leveling the Playing Field Act, which allows, which forces tax to be collected on internet sales and returned back to the village. Quite frankly, there's revenue coming, we think, from cannabis. Should there be a dispensary opened in the Village of Wheeling, that could be a very good thing financially for the Village of Wheeling. And third, something you may have heard in the news recently, because it is a hot topic in veto session, is consolidation of public safety pensions. This is a big win, not just for the Village of Wheeling, but for all municipalities within the state. The consolidation of the over 650 individual public safety pension funds without having any negative impact to the employee presents some great relief for the municipalities when it comes to the savings that the consolidation can provide, in addition to the revenue stream that the higher investments can yield by investing substantially more money in aggregate as they do individually. And while that won't mean we're getting a check back, it does provide in cash, it provides great relief to the bottom line of our obligation to fund those pensions. So that is all very good news. So we expect that, that 2020 will have some good surprises for once. As far as the document itself goes, this is the, I believe, 7th year that we have worked through the liaison program. As a little bit of education, liaison program means that each elected official here is assigned to a department and that they work directly with the department head to review the line items of requests inside this book. So while we don't go through this book page by page today, an elected official has seen every page of this book and reviewed it with either myself and the finance director or myself, the finance director, and the department head together. So that, I think, allows us, it's been a very successful program in my perspective, that allows us today during the workshop meeting to educate, to present the totality of the budget, the impact of the budget, so that the public knows exactly where their money is going, where the revenue comes from, where the money goes out, to understand the impact of the big picture and how they are a part of it, and then to make the policy decisions. And really, that's what we're here for. So I think that program has been very successful. Of course, that doesn't mean that we can't answer questions about the operating budget. In fact, before I introduce Michael, we'll ask if there are any other questions about the operating budget, so then we can focus on some of the big picture. Last year, we introduced a game to the process called Kahoot. We are going to do that again this year, just so the public understands the purpose of that is not to make light of the workshop process. It's simply to acknowledge that there's a lot of information coming quickly. There's a lot of people, like I'm doing, monologuing for long periods of time. It's simply an opportunity to re-engage. That's the purpose. All the questions are Wheeling-centric and meant to do nothing else than re-engage and move the process along, with a smile. So we will be doing that. As we do every year, following my comments, Director Monchain will come up and go through his presentation, which is the bulk of the meeting. We will discuss pink sheets, all of them at the end, as we have done in the past. The board will notice I have added 2 that have come in since the budget was published, so we will discuss those as part of the rest of the packet of pink sheets. As a reminder, pink sheets are expanded level sheets that are requests for new programs or new equipment that is outside of the current budget, which tells everyone that the way we function with our budget is that this document does not expand any levels of service or add any equipment without specific discussion and approval from the board. So I think that's an important reminder. In addition to the pink sheets, I have put on the dais a meeting schedule for next year, and we'll talk about that as we move forward. And then finally, we are going to have a presentation and discussion about fire department personnel and staffing. The chief and deputy chief will be presenting that information. This goes hand in hand with our discussions about the stations and making sure that the fire department is available, ready, and prepared with all the equipment and personnel that they need in order to serve our community. So that's how today is going to function. If I may, just to get the operating budget out, are there any questions about the operating budget itself before we move on to the big picture? Well then, Director Monchain, if you would, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Before we get started, I just want to echo what the village manager said and express my appreciation for all the departments that are here and put in a lot of hard work to put this budget together in a way that's really accurate and reflects the actual, what they believe are going to be the actual expenditures for 2020, not too conservative and not too liberal, but realistic. They put a lot of work into that, and I appreciate that. And also my staff, who does a lot of work to put the actual document together and get ready for today, and that's Brian Smith, who's the Assistant Finance Director, Mike Morrow, our accountant, and Angela Peters, who's our Financial Services Coordinator, and they do a lot of work. And then finally, I'd like to thank the board for being here on a Saturday morning and all the work that you do as well, and your dedication to the village. It's appreciated. So with that, I will start. And I just wanted to note that the proposed budget is available on the village's website at wheelingil.gov. If you click on transparency, budget information, and then view the 2020 proposed budget, anybody who's watching at home can follow along on their iPads or their computers or look at it later today or whatever. So today's topics include what is the budget, then we're going to talk about the 2019 projected results, revenue and expenditure trends, the Crossroads TIF district, which is a big topic this year because It has recently terminated, and we have to talk about what happens with that and the property tax levy. Then we plan to take a break for 5 minutes, talk about the 2020 proposed budget, some items that we're proud of, celebrating our success, and then we'll end, or at least I will end, with pension funding and benchmarking. And as the manager said, we plan to play Kahoot. Last year, we ran into a technical issue where it timed out, so we've tried to get around that this year by having shorter games from time to time. And we'll come back to the instructions. It's pretty easy, but we do have some great prizes this year, I should say. We are playing for gift cards to Superdog, and so the stakes are high. So make sure that you are paying attention, and just in case anybody's wondering, no tax dollars were used for the gift cards. I paid for those myself, so just in case. All right, so what is the budget? And everyone who's sitting up here has been through this before and really understands how our budget works. But for the people at home that might not, I go through this every year because I think it's important to explain. And this is really a snapshot of the village's budget, and it starts at the top with the general fund, which is the largest fund of the village at just over $40 million in expenditures for next year. And it is the primary operating fund of the budget. This is where you will find the salaries and benefits, which make up 78% of the budget for police officers and firefighters and public works employees, administration, human services, community development, et cetera, et cetera. And as I said, about 78% of that is salaries and benefits. The next largest fund, I'm not going to go through every single one of these, but the way that you can think about the village's budget is it consists of the general fund and then a lot of smaller funds that are in essence set like separate bank accounts for specific revenue sources. So for instance, the water and sewer fund, which is an enterprise fund, is the fund that accounts for all of the water and sewer related revenue. When you pay your water bill every 2 months, you're paying for water and sewer charges. That money goes into the water and sewer fund to pay for the operation and maintenance of the water and sewer system. It operates like a private business. There's no profit motive. We just collect enough money in order to pay for the costs of operating the system. And then we have a number of other funds. Our TIF capital projects funds are for our TIF districts. The police and fire pension funds are trust funds that account for the money that the police pension the employees in the police pension fund of the police and pension fund and the fire pension fund contribute, and the village's contribution to those funds as well. And then you have other funds here that are for other specific purposes. So unless anybody has a specific question about any of those funds, I'm just going to move on to the next slide. And then a question that often comes up is how much money do we have in each of these funds? And the general fund, again, has $17 million that we expect at the end of this year. That will represent about 44% of annual operating expenditures. And the Government Finance Officers Association recommends that the village maintain somewhere between 15 and 25%, typically 25% of annual operating expenditures. So we have for many years in a row been above that, and that is something that the bond rating agencies take note of. And then you can see the estimated fund balances for each of the other funds of the village. Again, I'll note the police and fire pension fund is expected to have $88 million combined at the end of the year. That's money that's being accumulated to pay for the pensions of those members. And those funds are held in trust funds that cannot be accessed by the village for other purposes. Our capital projects fund is expected to have over $7 million in it. And that money is used to pay for infrastructure projects on a pay-as-you-go basis. And I think that are the ones that I'm, yeah.
So going forward, will the police and fire pension funds off of this sheet be removed in a way, or? I know we're still collecting for them, we will still forward that money.
Right. You're saying, you're asking if there's consolidation at the state level, whether or not we would show their assets here. We would not have a separately maintained police and fire pension fund like we do with, we do not have one with IMRF either. So we would, in our financial statements, show, our unfunded liability and, the assets, but we would not maintain a separate fund.
So it would be removed off of this sheet?
Yes.
Going forward?
Yes.
Michael?
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael. As comparison, what was, or do we know what the ending balance was for the general fund in 2018?
And the ending balance was right around, off the top of my head, about 14 million, give or take. We expect this year to have a surplus of over $2 million, so that's why it's going to grow to about 17 million. So give or take 14 or 15 million.
I see Mike and Brian.
Yeah, Brian is efforting.
Trustee Kruger?
Thank you. Michael, just curiosity, why are some of these line items bolded and others not?
Only because it was a note to myself on the ones that I wanted to highlight.
Okay.
But if you have any specific questions about
Nope.
any fund, okay. At the bottom of the page, by the way, is the capital equipment replacement fund, and that is the fund that we use to, as it says, replace our vehicles and other equipment. The great thing about the Village of Wheeling is that all of these things, equipment and infrastructure, are paid for on a pay-as-you-go basis, when we have not issued debt to pay for those things in a number of years, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a few slides. Okay, so the 2019 projected results are very good. If you'll recall, last year when we were here, we were projecting a budgeted surplus of $1,008,000. At this point, I expect that to be over $2 million. It's always impossible to get that exactly right as of this point in the fiscal year, but that I believe it will be over $2 million, and that the fund balance will grow to 17 million, or 44%. Now, that's 44% before transfers out to pay for our fire station projects and to add additional money to the police and fire pension funds, which we have done for at least 10 years in a row. If we do that, if we continue that trend, then we'll be at about 37%, or 15 million. And again, the GFOA recommends about 25%. So as you'll recall, at our meeting at the fire station, we talked about paying for 2 fire station projects with cash, and we laid out a plan for getting there that involved using surpluses and other sources of revenue, and we are on track to do that, probably earlier than we originally anticipated.
Mr. Monshane?
Yes.
So relative to people's concerns about, not taxing more than we need to, and here we're looking at a $2 million estimated surplus. It would be easy to look at that and say, well, we budgeted $2 million too much. And you sort of touched on it earlier with potential new, the Wayfair litigation, saying that we might be getting some sales tax, we might be getting some money back from the state for aviation fuel tax that, of course, immediately goes right back to the airport. Would you, can you explain, just briefly, how is eloquent, aren't I? Economics, it's not a stagnant, constant arena, is it? I mean,
No. It's yeah, and that's the difficulty with projecting out future budgets that don't include tax increases, is The reason, and I'm going to get to this in a minute.
I'm sorry, I didn't prep you
No,
for
no, no,
this.
no, it's a great question. The reason that we're looking at such a large surplus this year is because we got some one-time unexpected revenue that will not repeat. And that happens from time to time. We budget a certain amount, a balanced budget, and then we get, for lack of a better term, some kind of windfall. But it's a one-time windfall. And you can't rely on that in the future. And if you don't increase the property tax levy, what ends up happening is you end up with deficits in the future. And we have had many years in the past of deficits as well. But you're right, the economy, we are very dependent on sales tax and income tax, and they are very dependent on the economy. So as we saw back in 2008 and 2009, when the economy is bad, our numbers are way down. And when the economy is good, they're better.
And on things like the SURF, with compounding the effect, it echoes louder in the future years when we miss a guess.
Right, it's really a case.
But by the same token, if we're just a point or two better than where we think we might be, wouldn't it also then lessen the impact of the need in the future?
If
If we could put a few pennies extra in now,
Yes.
doesn't it benefit us more?
It does.
Okay.
It's really a case of pay me now or pay me later. And we've seen this with other communities, that when they don't do incremental increases.
I won't take a lot more time.
No, I think this is a great point, and I want to add something.
When they don't do incremental increases, they end up having to do very large increases later on. The philosophy of Wheeling has always been do smaller increases to avoid those really large increases. Perfect example, although not related to property taxes, is what's happening in other communities with their water and sewer rates. And I don't know if everybody's been reading in the newspapers, but some of our neighbors are facing substantial increases to their water and sewer rates because they haven't done what the Village of Wheeling has done and increased it a small amount every year consistently. And that's why we're in much better shape than they are. Same thing applies to property.
And same example, and back to my opening statement about the board's consistency, whether it's the SURF account or infrastructure, we have a number of neighbors that are now bonding for tens of millions of dollars in order to handle their infrastructure needs. We haven't bonded in
10 years.
10 years, and we expect to be, well, we will be debt-free by 2031. That, I know I used the term can't be overstated earlier, but, I mean, think about that.
Bonding, and to be clear, bonding is taking out a loan
Bonding is taking out a loan.
that we have to pay interest on.
That's correct. So the idea of having a strong financial plan and sticking to it, which means small incremental, versus making a much easier decision, which is this year looks good, so we'll keep it where it is, which of course would make everyone happy. That's an easy decision. The difficult decision is looking 20 years out, which we don't really talk about all that much, but staff talks about all the time. You know, the decisions made today, that's great, they're about today, but we're always looking 20, 50. At the Water Commission, we're looking 100 years out from now. And these are the difficult decisions that sometimes need to be made. So I just wanted to add that the infrastructure is part of that as well.
Trustee Papantos, did you want to say something?
I just want to point out, too, as far as the no bonding, I think we are probably one of the few municipalities in this area, if not the only one, that plans to build not one but two new fire stations eventually without bonding. And that is a big deal, and that is because people looking at the money, deciding where it needs to go, and the small incremental increases. I believe Arlington Heights is doubling their water rate and bonding for infrastructure, which says a lot that we have not had to do that at all.
Right, and we'll see later, we put a lot of money into infrastructure on an annual basis. Our Public Works Department does a great job of scheduling projects and completing them, and our infrastructure is in very good shape as a result. So.
Anyway, so sorry to interrupt you.
No, I appreciate it. Okay, gives me a chance to rest my voice too. So, okay, so here's to your point, President Horker, about the surplus, and this is why we had a better year than we expected. Now, The first two lines are not so great. Sales tax is down again this year. That will be 4 consecutive years of losses, and I blame that mostly on online sales. I'm sure there's other reasons, but I think that's having a huge impact on our sales tax revenue. Telecom tax is down. That has been consistent over the last several years because the tax really applied in the past to landlines, and of course people aren't using landlines anymore. Internet use, texting, email, data downloads, watching Netflix, that kind of stuff is not taxed, and so that's why that revenue source is dropping. And then our dispatching dollars that are allocated to the general fund are actually going up, and that has to do with how we allocate money between the 911 fund and the general fund related to our dispatching agreement with Des Plaines. Building permit revenue, this is one of those one-time revenue sources that I mentioned before that will not repeat next year, but this is related to Uptown 500. We did not know at the end of the year what the revenue was going to be from that project, so it was not budgeted, so it adds to the bottom line in our surplus. Income tax hasn't really grown much in the last few years, but there was one large one-time distribution in May related to the change in the federal tax laws. That is not going to repeat either. Local use tax is up because of the, as President Horker mentioned, the South Dakota versus Wayfair decision from the United States Supreme Court, which allowed states to collect use tax on online sales. So that's why that's up. And then there's many other accounts in the general fund that are just in aggregate up about $497,000 for various reasons.
Question on building permits.
Yes.
And we'll talk probably more about this Monday night, is when we do 6Bs, we do get building permits for all the renovations that are done with those buildings. And part of the whole 6B is that they're doing building renovations, hopefully bringing more employees in and so on. So that adds as well. Doing 6Bs are questionable in some ways because you're giving away tax for a few years, but we are getting building permits for it, correct?
Absolutely, right.
And we do have new projects, new land to conquer in the station plan area and so on, and that's all new building permits as well, correct?
Yes, yes. Okay, so just to summarize, we expect to be about $1.3 million on the upside for revenue. At this point, we think we're going to be a little bit over budget with expenditures. That's a conservative number, which might not actually turn out to be that way. But in general, then you add the beginning surplus of $1.8 million, and you end up with a hopefully final anticipated surplus of $2.1 million. And as I mentioned before, that provides, as we planned for, a funding source for the fire station projects and creates an opportunity once again to contribute more money to the police, fire, and IMRF pension funds. And this is a history of our surpluses and deficits going back to 2010. And as the manager mentioned before, we are now looking at 5 consecutive years of balanced or surplus budgets, which is fantastic. You can see prior to that, we had a few years with deficit budgets, and the note that I included at the bottom notes that between 2008 and 2014, we actually had deficits in 5 out of 7 years. So we have righted the ship, so to speak, and things are looking good. And then this is fund balance to Trustee Papanto's question. Fund balance by year. As you can see, we expect, and I said this before, we expect to end the year about $17.07 million in fund balance before the transfers out for the fire stations and the pensions, probably about 37% after that. But our fund balances have remained consistent over the years. going back to 2010, that wasn't the case in 2008 and 2009 when we were drawing down on fund balance. So again, this is a good picture. And I did note at the bottom, that's maintained by relying on incremental property tax increases. That's why we're able to maintain that fund balance and not draw down on it. Okay, revenue and expenditure trends. The village manager mentioned this before. This is a slide that shows our share of state sales tax by fiscal year. And there's no inflation adjustment to these numbers, so these are just actual numbers. And this is what is most concerning to me and to the village manager and others is you'll see that in 2019, our estimated sales tax revenue is expected to be less than it was back in 2007. And that's, again, not adjusting for inflation. Those are just actual dollars. And that has been the primary challenge that the village has faced going back to 2007 in trying to balance our budgets is we have two major sources of revenue of the three. The three are sales tax, income tax, and property tax. Two of the three are not growing. And that puts tremendous pressure on the village to increase its tax levy to bridge the gap. And that's something that I will get into in more detail in a minute. But here's income tax. And income tax tells much the same story as sales tax did. It is up for 2019, but again, that's mostly because we had that 1 month that we got a windfall in income tax related to the federal tax law. If you take that out, there's really not much growth compared to 2007. And I put a note at the bottom here that shows that the 2019 receipts, if they had actually just been adjusted by the annual change in the consumer price index since 2007, would have actually been $4,292,000 or $315,000 more than what we expect to receive this year. The point being that we're not even keeping up with inflation with our income tax receipts. And this was in the letter of transmittal, and I put this in here every year to give some perspective to our major sources of revenue, and this compares 2014 to 2019, so just a 5-year time period. Excuse me, but you can see that with sales tax is down compared to 2014. Income tax, again, is slightly up, but that's, again, because of that 1 month that we received this year. Telecom has been trending downward. And then we have some other sources of revenue that are doing a little bit better, comparatively speaking, and some new sources of revenue as well, like video gaming tax that has grown substantially. But the bottom line in yellow is the important part, and really this number over here shows that our revenue has only been growing absent property tax, this doesn't include property tax, by a rate of about 1% a year.
One question, excuse me. One of the items here is ambulance fees, and I want to emphasize that we don't really look at that as a source of revenue, but more as a way to balance what it's costing us to send out an ambulance versus, we're not trying to make money on ambulance calls in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, we are lower than most other areas, are we not?
I think we need to acknowledge the timing of that siren and that question. So well done.
Thank you, guys.
Chief, you want to? The answer is yes, we are low, and the amount that we charge is nowhere near the actual cost of dispatching the personnel and the equipment to a call. And that isn't the point, as you said.
Thank you.
Right, and just to add to your point, yes, we're trying to offset our costs. There's no profit motive here, in government generally. So, and then on the expenditure side, just to show you the trends from 2014, I compared the changes in salaries and health insurance and pension costs, which, as I mentioned before, is about 78% of the budget. And you can see that the bottom line is that that has been growing at about 2.5% a year. So you compare the 1% growth in revenue on the previous slide to the 2.5% average growth in expenditures, and you begin to see the problem. And so we'll get into that in a minute, but now I'm told it's time for Kahoot. So the way this works is we have 5 questions, and everyone I think has a smartphone these days or an iPad or something. So if you go to kahoot.it, Kahoot.it. I'll give you a minute to do that. And then it's going to ask you to put in this PIN number. And then you will have to put in your name, and your name does not have to be your real name. You can make up a name. And so I'll wait for people to do that. And as I said, we are playing for some pretty good prizes this year, so everyone needs to take this seriously.
He gets -1.
Trade him some Hamilton.
And people who are watching at home can also play from home, but you must be present to win a prize.
Okay.
So you need to run down to Village Hall.
Who is king of Kahoot, please?
Who do you think, Michael?
Probably.
That's what I was afraid of.
Okay, so give you a couple more minutes here, or a couple more seconds, I should say.
Correct.
Has everybody had a chance to log in? Anybody still trying?
What's the pin?
Can we start?
Oh, there it is, sorry.
All right, let's go. Let's go for it. I'm not going to read the questions to you because you're all capable of reading, so here we go. First question is coming up.
What's the pin again?
222-7785.
Thank you.
Also, the faster you answer, the more points you get.
Oops.
Probably should have told you that before.
You weren't able to didn't even put an answer in. And they called me incorrect.
Okay, so
I got one right.
I was close.
Yeah.
okay, so the answer to the question
right.
of how many fire hydrants do we have now is 1,752, and it looks like 9 people got that right. And JW is the leader. Prizes go for each of these games to the first place finisher. All right, so are we ready now for the second question?
Yes,
Are you in?
I'm in.
Okay, here we go. Okay, 19 people got the question right. By the way, these questions were prepared not by me, but by Martin and Lisa in John's office. So I think they did a great job. All right, so let's see what the leaderboard looks like. It's pretty close at the top there with not a lot of points separating the first 3. So, all right, here we go for the third question. 3 of 5.
But you,
This was actually Lisa's question.
I was going to say, they're both gone, right?
Excellent.
The answer was the Powauke Inn, and 11 people got that right. So that's, and here is our leaderboard.
Oh, she's getting up there.
It's close at the top. Okay,
Leave it to the Public Works Director to answer that question.
here's the next question. 4 or 5.
This could be the end of my streak.
Okay, the answer was Des Plaines Valley Road, and 15 people got that. Very good. Okay, are we ready for the last question? This is the one that determines the prize winner for this game. So we have, and here's the leaderboard. So this is, it's all riding on this. Here we go.
How much?
Okay, the answer was 75 miles. All right, let's see who won. All right, Holiday. Who's Holiday? Christine, come up and get your prize. Congratulations.
Lost my
All
streak.
right.
That's the question.
All right, there'll be other games later, other chances.
All right.
Let's see. So now, we gotta figure out how to keep, oh, here we go. Okay. So, now to talk about the property tax levy. And this is different than conversations that we've had in the past because of the termination of the Crossroads TIF district. As you all know, the Crossroads TIF district was created in 1985. It was scheduled to expire in 2008, but in 2005, we agreed with the other taxing districts to extend the life of the TIF to 2019, and here we are at the end of 2019, and the TIF district is expiring. And the reason that's important for the property tax levy is that the TIF district has its own EAV that now that the district is being terminated will be added to the village's EAV. There is money from that TIF district that goes into a TIF fund to be used for economic development purposes. And if the village does not increase its property tax levy to capture those dollars that are now going to the TIF fund, we will lose those dollars. So the proposed, and I'll get into that in a little more detail in a minute, but the proposed increase for next year is $878,000. It's broken down into two pieces. A 2.75% recommended incremental increase, just that's the part that we recommend each year to offset our increasing expenditures, the operating costs that go up every year in a very predictable way. And the other half of it, and this is completely coincidental, is 2.75% related to the new growth of the Crossroads TIF. It could have easily been some other number like 3, 4, or 5%, just happened to be 2.75%. So 50% of the $878,000 in additional funds, or $439,000, comes from the Crossroads TIF and has no impact on taxpayers, which means that the real impact of the recommended property tax increase is 2.75%. And I'll explain why that is in a minute.
you have to do this every year, or is this the one year that you have to do this?
That was a question that Trustee Papatas asked me before the meeting, so I think you two were talking. But no, one time. It's just a one-time capture. Then that EAV becomes part of the base, and you don't have to do it every year.
And EAV, just for...
Oh, yeah, great, thank you. It's the equalized assessed valuation. So, and I'll explain a little bit more about what that is in a minute or two. But the important thing to remember is that if we do not increase our levy to capture that $439,000 that's going into the TIF fund, we will lose that money. Right now, we are getting 80% of that every year when the village board declares a surplus in the Crossroads TIF. $351,000, or 80% of that money, is already coming back to us. So if we do not increase our levy this year to capture that money, it's gone. We will actually be in the hole $351,000.
This doesn't, the increasing of the levy in order to capture this new money doesn't just apply to the Village of Wheeling, it applies to all taxing bodies that
Yes.
draw on that TIF.
Yes. All of the overlapping taxing districts, which includes the big players, District 214, District 21, the Park District, and so county and so forth, will most likely all be doing the same thing, increasing their levies to capture this EAV from the expiring Crossroads TIF district. They are very used to doing that because as taxing districts that are subject to the tax cap, they routinely increase their levies to capture new growth. So this is nothing new for them. It's new for Wheeling because we don't typically do that, but not new for the other taxing districts.
Michael, do we support the other taxing bodies in helping them realize that there is a closed TIF district and that they may want to do this during their budget process?
We have had, several conversations with them. They all have representatives on the TIF District Joint Review Board. Mm-hmm. They're all very aware that this is ending. And in fact, the village board just recently approved an ordinance that required us to terminate the TIF and notify the other taxing districts that it was terminating so that, in fact, they could increase their levies.
Great.
Okay.
So just in response and in short, 2.75% of the recommended increase equates to net zero for the village.
Right.
Expense.
For the taxpayers.
Yes.
No impact on the taxpayers
Right.
of 2.75% of the increase.
Thank you.
Okay. And kind of to your point, President Horker, from earlier, this is, I do 5-year financial projections to see where we're going to be at in each of our funds, the general fund being the most important. This is what happens to the general fund if we don't increase property taxes at all for the next 5 years, which of course we would never recommend. But these numbers are conservative. However, and they're also dependent, as I noted at the bottom here, on how much revenue we end up getting from the town center businesses, from the Level the Playing Field Act, and from cannabis revenue, which are all difficult to predict at this point. So this situation could be a little bit better, probably will be a little bit better with those revenue sources. But nevertheless, property tax increases will be necessary to avoid deficits in the future. And this is our property tax levy by category. I've shown this in the past, but I think it's important to compare. And this compares the 2018 levy, our last levy, to the 2004 levy. And the important thing that I wanted to highlight here is that it used to be, focusing over here on the 2004 levy, that 58% of the property taxes we collected would go to the general fund, 19% would go to pay for debt service payments on our bonds, and 23% would go to the pension funds. By 2018, the general fund share of the property tax levy had dropped to 48%. Debt service, while pretty consistent, is now down to 13% of the tax levy. And the pension fund contributions have gone up to 39% from 23%. The point of this slide is to show that the property tax levy, an increasingly larger amount of property tax revenue is going to pay the village's contribution to the 3 pension funds. That leaves less money to pay for other general fund costs, which are salaries and benefits. And I want to point out this is not in any way a criticism of defined benefit pensions or our pension system. It's just reality. Pensions are important, and they're important to our employees, and I believe in them. But the reality is that more and more money is being redirected to our pension funds. And then the 2019 tax levy, I think I've covered most of this, so I won't dwell on that. But again, other sources of revenue are not growing, and that's what makes the pressure on or increases pressure on the tax levy. And this shows really a snapshot of that, the general fund revenue mix. And what this shows is that 66% or $26.5 million of the $40 million general fund budget, revenue budget, is really only growing by about 1%. That's what I showed on a previous slide. So that consists of sales tax, income tax, and everything else other than property tax. Property tax levy represents 34% of general fund revenue. And so as you can imagine, if 66% of your revenue is only growing by 1%, then the only thing that you can do is increase your property tax levy to make up the difference. And that is why we've had to do that over the years.
I'd just like to add, Michael and I, obviously, this is Michael's presentation, but we worked very hard on answering some questions that we can anticipate. So this slide is new for this year, and it's meant to answer the question, why Wheeling? So why does Wheeling have to increase their levy incrementally every year? And besides the answers of consistency and dedication to the programs like SURF, like our CIP and all that, so that we can stay ahead of the game and don't have to do large lump sum increases in the future, I think this slide shows our community, because every community is unique, and that's coming up. You'll see Michael had mentioned benchmarking earlier. He has a number of slides that compare Wheeling to other communities. But when you have no growth in essentially sales tax, because income tax there's not much that we can do about, but when you have no growth in sales tax, what choice do you have left? And why this is specific to Wheeling is because Wheeling has never been a shopping destination. There's very few opportunities for people to spend their money buying in Wheeling. We have a large industrial base, which is great for property taxes, but our industrial base is made up of manufacturers, where some other communities have direct sale manufacturers. We don't have a lot of that. So our large industrial base is great as a property tax base, but they're not providing much from a sales tax perspective. This, we thought, was a very important slide to show why there is such dependence on property tax. We can't control sales tax. We can't control income tax. So when you see the mix of our revenue stream being so tilted against what we can control, i.e. the property tax, it, I think, helps explain why we keep looking at the property tax as a means to increase, to supplement our revenue stream.
And there is more, from my perspective, there is more to it, because we do sell things in Wheeling. We have grocery stores that collect 2% sales tax on food. How much of that do we get?
1%.
Right. And then we have Walmart that sells hard goods, and they charge 10% sales tax.
Right.
And how much of that do we get?
2%.
Okay. And then for the state's generous service of doing all that handwork and carrying the money around physically like they do, they charge us for the paperwork.
They do.
Yes.
Right. And we pay about $60,000 a year for them to collect the sales tax and remit it.
It's mostly done electronically.
Right.
Yeah. So the point of the matter is, because I used to have these discussions with you, like, could we have a preschool sales tax discount, where we would offset the sales tax. Remember those? Mm-hmm. But if we're only getting 2 cents on the 10 cents that's being collected, there's the margin that we could deduct. If we deducted all of it, we wouldn't get anything. If we deducted a penny of the 10 cents, it's not worth it.
Right.
It's even these avenues where you look that, oh yeah, we could increase sales tax, and then we would just tax ourselves out of existence.
Right.
But Chicago keeps trying. But, but yeah, as bad as it looks, it's really the only area that we have. But the Wayfair thing has promise.
It is, yes. The Level the Playing Field Act will finally allow the village, and every other village for that matter,
Right.
and the state to tax online sales using the local sales tax rate. And that begins in July of next year. And we should see a significant increase in our sales tax revenue as a result of that. So now, when you buy something from Amazon or somebody else online, that money will actually start coming to us.
How much, at what percentage will that be taxed for the
So
village on the
they'll-
level?
They'll be required to collect the village's 10% sales tax rate, meaning we'll get 2%. Same as if you went to Target and bought something there.
But is there
Target's
any way
Lake
of
County, so-
knowing what that is? Walmart.
Target's not a good example because it's in Lake County, but in Walmart.
But there's no way of predicting that amount. There's no way of even guessing.
Well, the state of Illinois has estimated about an 8% increase, the Department of Revenue. I've included that in my projections for next year and beyond, but I haven't included 8%. I've been a little bit more conservative than that.
Generally.
So, but we'll see. The next year is going to be a very important year financially for the village because we're going to finally have some solid numbers related to the town center development, to the Level the Playing Field Act, and to potentially cannabis revenue that will allow us to have a better idea of what the picture looks like 3, 4, 5 years from now.
Excellent.
One thing I'd like to point out too is when people make comparisons to other municipalities, Wheeling, and as you alluded to, Manager Sfondelis, Wheeling doesn't have a Northbrook Court with, stores that people go into, or an Old Orchard, or a Woodfield. And those are major tax revenue, sales tax revenue places. The state's been collecting their sales tax online sales because of the Wayfair decision. Now the Level the Playing Field will allow the local municipalities to at least get their fair share.
Yes, and to that point, I think it's important when looking at other communities. You're right, when you look at the revenue stream, meaning other communities have much more shopping opportunities, so therefore they're collecting more sales tax. The service that those communities provide is no different than the service that we provide. So you have to consider that mix, that other communities, and it's just the way every community has their own mix. So there's nothing wrong. It's just that Wheeling was developed as more of a residential and industrial community than it was a commercial retail community. Simple as that. But the services that we provide are identical to everybody else. So then you have to look at how you pay for those things. That's all. And one last comment. It's interesting that the Level the Playing Field Act was named to talk about leveling the playing field between the brick and mortar and internet sales. I think it'll be interesting to see it's leveling the playing field really among municipalities as well, because now what I was just talking about, the disparity between communities that have a mall or have 5 car dealerships, it's kind of leveling the playing field based on the buying power of your residents, because now you don't need necessarily to have those 5 car dealerships in a giant mall. It's really all about then how many people are clicking and buying on Amazon in your community. So there is the potential that we could see, more money than we ever have. I don't know how realistic that is, but I mean, if you think about it that way, it's now based on the buying power of your residents in their homes versus what you have in property, meaning brick and mortar stores. So I think that'll be an interesting thing over the next couple of years to monitor and then be able to compare to other communities.
Trustee Kruger, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. With regard to the leveling the playing field and the operation of it, you said that it'll be picked up when you place your order online. Is that based on address and zip code?
It's based on where the item is shipped.
Wheeling has 42 residents that have a zip code of 60004. Where are our taxes going to go?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'm not sure what the answer
I don't
is.
want to give my money to Arlington Heights.
Right, nor do I.
So
We will have to look into that.
Okay.
It's a great question.
it's not a lot of folks, but they are officially Village of Wheeling residents, and
Yes.
those tax dollars, and I see lots of Amazon trucks over by me, usually coming to my house. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be reluctant to buy now, not knowing where my tax dollars are going to go.
Right. Yeah, I will try to get an answer to that.
Thank you.
That's not looking this way, so.
Oh, trustee Lang.
So going back to property tax again. So based on these factors, for clarification, we're not doing the greatest job collecting sales tax because we just don't have the means to do so. So our property tax rate is a bit higher than some of the other communities.
Yes.
Okay, but the actual property tax that the residents are paying isn't as high as what they are paying in other communities. Is that correct?
Right. The property taxes are driven by the assessed value of your property. So to the extent that, you live in a house that's worth more than somebody else, you're going to pay more property taxes. So somebody in Northbrook in a very similar home to one in Wheeling may pay considerably more in property taxes because it's valued higher.
Okay. And our homes are valued as they're valued, and people live here because they want to live here, and if they could afford to live or want to live somewhere else, they can.
Right.
But the truth is that you pay probably more property tax elsewhere. I mean, the rate of even the education, the school tax on the tax bill is pretty much the same from community to community, isn't it? 68?
It generally is about 65% of the tax bill goes to the schools.
Okay, so thanks for the clarification.
Okay.
Go right ahead,
Okay.
please.
So again, continuing on the same theme, the impact of the tax levy, on the tax levy of slow revenue growth, and this is an example that is pretty close to reality. If general fund expenditures increase by $1 million, which would be 2.5%, and that's the trend that I showed earlier for the last 5 years, then obviously your revenue would have to go up by $1 million as well to keep you balanced. But if 66% of the 26 million of general fund revenue, everything but property tax, is only growing by 1%, then that only produces $265,000 of new revenue. So what that means is that the property tax levy, the only thing that we really have control over, would have to increase by $735,000 or 5.3% to bridge that gap. And that is why we have had to increase the property tax levy incrementally every year. Or absent that, you have to find new sources of revenue or cut costs to balance the budget. And we have done both of those things consistently over the years as well. So that's the challenge, and that's why you see staff recommending incremental increases to the tax levy every year. This is, to Trustee Lang's point earlier, this is the breakdown for 2018's tax bill of where the tax dollars go that you pay in property taxes. The village is just under 14%. The vast majority, almost 67%, goes to the school districts, and then you can see the other taxing districts. And on the left there is just some of the many, many services that Wheeling residents get from the village of Wheeling that goes into that 14% that they pay to us. And by the way, I noted up here the PTEL, which is the tax cap law for 2019 is 1.9%, which means that all of the other taxing districts that are subject to the tax cap will be allowed to increase their tax levies by 1.9%, absent some increase for referendum-approved bonds or something like that. But typically 1.9% is what their levies are going to go up by. Okay, so back to the Crossroads TIF. It expired really technically at the end of 2018, but we are still receiving property tax increment this year. Bless you.
Thank you.
And it's going to add $26 million approximately in new growth to the village's total EAV for 2019. Again, taxing that will have no impact on the taxpayers, and other taxing districts are going to probably do the same thing that we are suggesting be done. And to try to explain how this works, because it is a confusing topic, I came up with the old example of the village of Mondopolis, and this is a true story. So I want to explain how this idea of a TIF district expiring and capturing the new growth works. And so in the village of Mondopolis, we have 3 homes and 2 businesses. These are the assumptions, and their only source of revenue is property tax. Just to keep things simple, the annual budget is $100,000, and that pays for all services, which include police, fire, public works, and everything else. And there are no other taxing districts, once again, to just try to simplify things here. And so in Mondopolis, each of these homes and businesses have a market value that's shown there. So home number 1 is, if sold today, would be worth $600,000, and home 2 is $500,000, and then you can see the businesses. And the total market value of the properties within Mondopolis is $4 million. So now, getting to Trustee Rafata's question about EAV and the tax rate, we have these 3 homes and 2 businesses. They have a market value of $4 million. They are assessed at 10% in Mondopolis, which is similar to Cook County. And we don't have a multiplier, so the EAV, the equalized assessed value, is also $400,000. And once again, as a reminder, we levy $100,000 to pay for all these services that we provide. So that results in a tax rate of 0.25, which is just simply the levy divided by the EAV. And when you take that tax rate and you apply it to the EAV of each of those properties, you can see what they pay in taxes to Mondopolis. And it varies with obviously the more valuable properties paying more, but the total at the bottom here is $100,000 in property tax revenue. But Mondopolis also has a TIF district, which I didn't mention to you earlier about, and it's called the Downtown TIF District Number 1. It consists of 2 businesses. It was created in 1996 and it terminates in 2019 after 23 years. And here is the market value of the properties within the TIF district. We have a retail store and a restaurant, and they are worth $2 million and $1 million respectively, for a total of $3 million. And so these 2 businesses, again, have a market value of $3 million. Since they're assessed at 10%, just like every other property in Mondopolis, they're worth an assessed value or an equalized assessed value of $300,000. And the tax rate is the same tax rate, whether you're in the TIF district or not. The same tax rate applies, so it's 0.25. And that produces annual TIF revenue of $75,000. That goes into the Downtown TIF District TIF fund to be used for economic development purposes. And this is how it breaks down in terms of what those 2 businesses pay in taxes, and then we get to the $75,000. And as I said, it goes, the $75,000, which is the property tax increment, goes to the TIF fund every year for 23 years. Now that the TIF district is expiring, Mondopolis wants to tax the EAV or the new growth from the TIF district. And they want to capture the revenue, which is the $75,000 that currently goes to the TIF fund, and essentially redirect that revenue to the Mondopolis General Fund. They don't want to impact existing taxpayers, and they don't want to lose the $75,000 that was going to the TIF fund. So they have to tax the new growth. And now in Mondopolis, you see, without the TIF district, you have 3 homes and 4 businesses. The village EAV it used to be $400,000, but the expiring TIF EAV adds $300,000 of new EAV to the village's total EAV for a total of $700,000. It's gone up because of the TIF district. Now, we used to levy $100,000, but now we want to levy $175,000 to capture the $75,000 that was going to the TIF fund, and that results in the same tax rate that we had before, 0.25, and that's just the levy divided by the EAV. So now that the TIF district is expired, we apply that 0.25 tax rate to all of the homes and the businesses in Mondopolis, and what you'll see is that the taxes that they now owe are no different than the taxes that they were paying before. The only difference is with business 3 and 4, the taxes they were paying before would go to the TIF fund. Now it goes to the general fund. And the general fund now gets $175,000 rather than $100,000. But there's no impact to any of the existing taxpayers. So what this proves is that a TIF district is, in essence, like a separate taxing district that has its own EAV and revenue, and when it terminates, the village must increase its levy to capture that EAV and revenue. It would be as if the village were to annex another taxing district. It would be the same concept. If the tax levy and the EAV go up, but the tax rate stays the same, there's no impact to existing taxpayers. And very simply, the money that used to go to the TIF fund will now go to the general fund, but the taxpayers will pay the same as they did previously.
And I'd just like to add, this is the point of a TIF district. This is the end result of why you institute TIF districts, is at the end of it to collect the taxes. So this is not just something that we thought of. This is not just an idea. This is the way TIFs work. The money is funneled during the 23 years back into the district itself in order to create the growth, and then at the end of it, you have to levy to collect the growth. I mean, this is the TIF program. This is the way it's supposed to work. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that this isn't just a great wheeling idea. This is the way TIFs work. Whether that, and to Michael's point, you know, in this example, the $75,000, that percent could be 15%. If the growth is that great within a TIF district, you would have to increase your levy by that 15%. Still wouldn't have any impact to the residents or businesses on their tax bill. This is the way TIFs work. You have to increase the levy in order to capture the growth. Otherwise, what's the point of a TIF?
Trustee Lang and then Trustee Papantos.
So prior to TIFs, it seemed that developers used to pay the community to locate there. They used to provide some sort of incentives. Neighborhoods would donate a park or park land or something like that. TIFs come along, sort of change all that. And TIFs came along for a good reason, because it helped us develop land that was blighted and otherwise unusable and not creating much of a property tax. But TIFs come along, and now the developers are looking to, you know, we can't build but for those TIF funds. And so for years, we have all that to deal with of using TIF funds, which is what they're supposed to be used for, correct?
Right.
And we give them to developers and help them build better things, create a better property tax base. or sales tax in some cases.
Yes.
So now our first one expired, and in the future years, our other ones will expire. Do you see us going back to TIFs again in the future, or sort of letting them all dissolve and then figuring it out again, and hopefully the trend goes back to where developers will want to develop in this town and pay to develop in this town? How do you see that trend?
I see John looking at me, so I'm not sure if he wants to answer this question or.
I mean, I guess we both can. I think the first answer is it's more about the economy than anything else. So I don't know that in any town in our area you're going to see developers with enough cash that are going to incentivize the community to allow them to develop. So I just don't think that trend is gonna happen.
So that's over
again. Yeah, right, yes, I believe that's accurate.
Can I clarify something? We do have impact fees that developers still pay when they locate in our community. And the impact fees help to relieve the impact of the development on the park district, school districts, and library districts. So that hasn't gone away. That's part of our village code and remains in place whether there's a TIF or not. So that's still, I'm not sure if that's what you're thinking about with the dedication of parkland, because there's the option of land versus cash payments to the other taxing bodies to help alleviate, and it's based on number of bedrooms and, things like that, that would be a sign of more school kids, more library users, so things of that nature. So that continues.
That is what I'm asking. But then also, TIF districts will eventually, you think we've seen our last new TIF district in this town? Is that hard to say?
I think it's hard to say. I think you're not going to see, once these, a large portion of our town, we have 5, right? Considering Crossroads is still in 2019 happening, okay. A large part of our community is already in a TIF. I don't see any of the existing areas that are currently TIFs being reestablished as new TIFs, because it's going to be harder and harder to call them blighted. So there may be new areas of town that if opportunities for redevelopment are on the horizon, we could talk about a new TIF district, but I don't know that that there's anything imminent. Okay. Does that
Sort of, kind of.
Trustee Papantos?
Thank you. The Crossroads TIF was the first TIF in Wheeling back in '85, correct? So and the reason it was created was to take an area that was underdeveloped, not being developed, the truly old part of town that needed refurbishment and the money wasn't coming in, and to give people an incentive to come in and develop. So the point of the TIF and increasing that EAV was, I think, met over was this a 35-year TIF? Because of the extension?
Yeah, 33.
33-year TIF because of the extension. Do we know what the EAV was in '85 and what it is now? I want to say, what was this TIF profitable?
It was roughly 12 million, I want to say, in '85, and now it's 36 off the top of my head. 36,
So it
37
basically
million.
tripled, which is a great rate of return over the time that will benefit all taxpayers within the village of Wheeling and the other taxing bodies.
Right.
Thank you.
Trustee Vito?
So in your example where you had the two businesses in the TIF district, the numbers that you had are just, I know you're trying to keep it simple, but just to capture the increment.
Right.
In reality, if you really broke down those numbers, those two properties would be paying a little more in taxes with the base EAV plus the increment value, or am I off on that? If you got into those numbers again and went back, it wouldn't just be the two numbers that you had up there. It would be those numbers plus whatever the base, because they were paying property taxes before.
Right, they were paying property taxes that were going into the TIF fund, and now they're going.
The entirety wasn't a base?
Well,
wasn't it frozen at the EAV that?
In a real-life example, you have a base EAV.
Okay.
You're right. And so they were paying some property taxes. In my example, to make it simple.
Right. I just want to make sure.
assume that it was vacant land and they weren't paying any property
Okay.
taxes.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to complicate it. I just want to make sure I was understanding it.
It's a good point.
All right.
Trustee Kruger.
Thanks. One more. Just want to make sure, to Trustee Lang's question early on, this is a one-time capture. This will happen when the other 4 TIF districts close as well.
Yes.
That following year, we're going to want to capture that revenue because years after that, we'll already be capturing it.
Right. It'll become part of the village's EAV, the base, for lack of a better term, that gets applied to that the tax levy applies to every year. So you only have to do it once. And this will become a much bigger deal when the Lake Cook, Milwaukee TIF expires, because that's where the most growth has come. That's been, I think it's fair to say, by far the most successful TIF district.
Very good.
So the takeaway is that our levy is still 275, and if everything was exactly the same for next year, our levy would be 2.75.
2.75.
Once a TIF is successful and it's incorporated in the second year after its expiration, is there routinely not a reduction in the levy, but a reduction in the amount of taxes homeowners might pay because of the added growth? In other words, that it's spread out farther?
There won't be a reduction if we capture the new growth. If we tax that new growth, then it should have no impact one way or the other on their tax bills. Now, tax bills change. The caveat here is that this is a reassessment year for Wheeling. So everybody's property is being reassessed. And as I've mentioned in prior years, if your home is assessed at you have a higher increase to your assessment than, say, Trustee Vito, then the property tax burden is going to shift a little bit to you. But that's related to the assessment, not the village's tax levy.
Right. Now, trust me, I think I went up 35%.
Okay, so if someone else goes up only 15%, then the burden shifts to
Right.
you. You pay more, and all things being equal, you would pay the same.
Trustee Rufato.
So within the Crossroads TIF district, are the businesses notified that this is expired and those funds aren't going to be available if they want to make improvements, or somebody comes in?
Well, we have not notified the businesses. We've had a lot of businesses that apply for facade grants.
Yeah, right.
I think the ones that come forward and say they're interested, we obviously tell them that after this year, there's not an opportunity to do that. But there's no formal notification.
Okay.
Now, I know that our Economic Development Director, John Malanafi, is having conversations with businesses all the time about the TIF districts and trying to provide incentives. So I think people might be generally aware.
Yeah, and the only reason we don't do that, there's a budgeted $50,000 per TIF district. So we also don't want to advertise something that we can't provide to everyone. So that's kind of the logic
Okay.
behind it as far as.
Thank you.
Time for a break?
Excellent.
Okay.
10 minutes? Sure. 5 minutes?
Whatever you
2 minutes?
How long the line is for.
I'd like a motion for a 10-minute recess.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Kruger, second. Trustee Rufato. All in
Who
favor?
was first?
Aye.
Kruger,
Aye.
then Rufato.
Okay.
I'm sorry, all in favor, ayes?
Aye.
Aye.
There we go. Recess back at 10:15. Late. Please take some M&Ms. And that's why you don't play basketball. So we need a motion from somebody to reopen a regular session.
So moved.
Second.
Give a motion to trustee Kruger, second to trustee Papantos. Roll call.
Trustee Kruger?
Yes.
Trustee Rosado? Rafato?
Right.
I'm sorry,
Am I
trustee
here? Yes.
Rafato?
Yes.
Trustee Papantos?
Yes.
Trustee Lang?
Yes.
Trustee Vito?
Here.
Yes.
Trustee Vogel?
Yes.
President Harker?
Yes, which brings us to Director Monchain.
Okay, so we thought we'd start off with game number 2 of 5 questions. So here is the PIN number.
How do I get in there again?
Oh.
How do we
Go
get back in?
Did you quit?
Yes.
You might have to go back to the website, like reload the website.
Oh, re-log in?
Yeah, just go to kahoot.it, because it might not automatically reload for you.
I'm not getting a login.
Same process as the first game. You just have to start all over.
Got it.
It doesn't.
Now it wants me to install it.
Now you know how
You might need Luca to help with
Hang on.
Did you get it?
No,
All right.
I'm put my name down for you.
No,
I'm still reconnecting.
mine's not.
Is Luca back there?
Christine, someone's here to see you. You can't play.
Here comes, over here. Oh, okay, maybe not.
Trying to reconnect. That's all right, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm on the Wi-Fi. I did get out. Yeah, I did. Oh, there, finally.
It's really interesting.
I'm in.
Matches the, look at this.
All right, back in.
No, I'm good.
You're good.
I am good. Put it in.
That's true. That's a theme.
Do we have to put our nickname in again?
Only writes down
Thank you for helping. Yeah.
I'm gonna win this one. Gee. Those are $100. I gotta say it's wrong.
How many people used holiday?
Right. Are we good to go?
He's almost there.
Yeah. Okay,
Rosado.
good to go?
Isn't it risotto?
All right, here we go.
Side dish?
First question.
Ooh.
All right, the answer is 24 million, and 9 people got that correct. So here is our leaderboard.
8 there a lot. 8 there.
And whoever not last
contributed
is
to that
actually not
24 million?
8
last.
there all the time.
Good.
8 there an awful lot.
All right, here's question number 2.
Michael, that doesn't seem to be in all of the above.
Right.
Oh, wait, that's next year.
It's not the 1940s, it's now.
Okay, and the answer was maintaining proper chlorine levels in the water supply.
Well, I'm dying here.
2 people got that right. That was, I don't know if that was a Martin question or a Lisa question, but that was a tough one. Okay, here's question number 3. Oh, I'm sorry, here's the leaderboard. And here's question number 3. I really want to know if the police chief is going to get this correct.
Or select the green one.
Okay, the answer is Major Case Assistance Team. Nobody chose the last one, which is good, I think. Okay, and here's the leaderboard. And here's question number 4. Okay, oh, most people knew that. I guess Superdog is pretty well known. Okay, and we have a new leader as we head into question number 5, which is the money question. Here we go.
I'm never making this up now.
Screwed up too.
Green.
Push too quick.
Green.
Can I go back and change?
Nope.
Yeah, she was here, actually.
Correct.
Okay, most people knew that too. American Idol is the biggest loser. And so,
No, you got it.
or loser, did I say loser?
Come on.
JVF.
Who might that
Winner.
be?
I'm hungry too, Michael, so this is perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Going right from here. Super. Thank you.
All right.
Excellent. Congratulations.
All right.
Okay. I know, you're smart that way.
Another break?
All right.
He wants to study for the next quiz.
I'm almost done. So here we go. Okay, as I mentioned before, we have some new sources of revenue that we expect from the Town Center project. Again, the Level the Playing Field Act and the Cannabis Act. We have some estimates of what the Town Center project will produce, as well as the Level the Playing Field Act. Cannabis tax isn't in place yet, so that's a little bit more iffy, but hopefully those will produce new sources of revenue that reduce our reliance a little bit on the property tax levy. Okay, so I want to talk just very briefly about the proposed budget. The capital improvement program totals just over $17 million for 2020, and that is all on a pay-as-you-go basis. It's a substantial portion of the village's total budget, almost 17%, is going to go to paying for infrastructure and building-related expenses, and they're all listed here. I won't go through them one by one, but we can come back to them if anybody wants to later. Also included in the CIP are water and sewer fund projects and storm water-related projects. That's related to the fee that the village charges for impervious area on properties. And then also included in the budget are expanded level requests that were approved by the village manager. A change in the building inspection services staffing, which actually saves the village money. That's really a current level request more so than an expanded level request. And then also included are 4 solar-powered speed displays for the police department. So actually results in savings to the budget, not an added expense. And then there are a number of items that the village manager did not approve, and we can discuss those in more detail later. This slide just shows the history of our workers' compensation and general liability claims. We've been self-funding that program since 2000 when we left Irma, which was a pool of communities that pool resources for this purpose. And we have had great experience since someone, not me, made that decision 19 years ago. Our average claims are about $598,000 a year. Ironically, that's exactly what we had for 2018. And as you can see by this chart, the program works exactly as it's expected to work, which is that you have good years and you occasionally have bad years, but on average, you do pretty well. And so 7 out of the 10 are what I would call good years, and then you have these outliers where you have some pretty large claims, but the program is working well. And I should add that the departments do a great job with training, with safety and so forth, and that has really kept our claims down over the years. The budget also includes a water and sewer rate increase of 3%. And as we discussed previously, that's something that the board has done every year for many, many years. And it is the reason why we don't have to do large increases in the water and sewer rates or bond for water and sewer projects. So it would take the rate from 778 to 802. It would cost the quote-unquote average resident, someone who uses 7,000 gallons of water a month, an additional $20 next year. And it's important to do that to pay for what in Wheeling is a fairly aggressive water main replacement program. We have very few water main breaks compared to neighboring communities, and that's because of the money that we put into our infrastructure. And this is a chart that shows our water sales over time. They've been generally declining, and that's because people are using more energy, or I should say water-saving appliances, and as are businesses. And so when your water sales decline, you naturally have to increase your rates to generate the same amount of money, and that's another reason why it's important for the rates to go up each year.
Michael, even though the water usage is going down, the maintenance and the number of water mains and everything else stays the same. It's not proportional that you use less, you need less water mains.
Right.
And I also think it's notable that our top water user, and I still call it Hospital Laundry, and I know they had changed their name, has now closed, and we don't know what's going to come in and take its place with a large water user. Richelieu, with its expansion, may use more water in cleaning and sanitizing, but certainly not at that level.
That's right, and it's a great example of hospital or healthcare laundry system, whatever they were calling themselves, because when you get a large user like that leaves, then obviously that impacts what everybody else pays, much like if you have a large property tax payer leave, it impacts what everybody else pays in property tax. It's the same concept. So.
Important to note as well that despite these incremental increases, every community has a different water rate, but as a general statement, it is more than fair to say that Wheeling's water rate is significantly lower than anybody else's. I'm sure you've all read about Chicago, you've read about other communities. The residents and businesses of the village of Wheeling pay drastically less than other communities, particularly when you look at Chicago.
The Stormwater Fund was created a few years ago, and at the time, to reduce the impact that it would have on particularly businesses with large amounts of impervious area, the board decided to charge $2 per ERU, and the plan at the time was to increase that rate by a quarter, 25 cents every year going forward. Many other communities have stormwater fees. The last time I checked, they typically charge between $5 and $6 per ERU, so we're below that considerably. We did a stormwater management plan a few years ago which identified $48 million in projects to reduce and relieve homes and businesses from flooding in Wheeling. And so we've been we've been using this money to pay for those projects, generates about $810,000 annually. With another 25-cent increase, which would take it to $3, we would generate another $85,000 next year. And again, this, just to keep hitting on the same point, this is a pay-as-you-go system or program that does not involve the issuance of debt. Okay, just quickly, we like to talk about where we've had successes over the last year. And our bond rating continues to be one of the highest ratings available that is provided by Fitch and S&P. Fitch recently re-rated us and affirmed our AA+ rating. We have not had any tax levy-related debt for now 10 consecutive years. And again, pay as you go for everything else. This is a slide that I think is kind of cool because that's the type of person I am. But it shows our future debt, our future tax levy related debt, basically for the next 10 years. And if we continue on the path that we've been on, we will be debt free by 2030 or 31. So in 10 years. And that's the amount of outstanding debt we will have. So you can see, obviously, we're paying down our debt a little bit each year until we have no debt. That's going to give a future village board a lot of flexibility when it comes to making decisions about personnel and programming.
This is like a homeowner paying off their mortgage.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it's like.
Michael, you've refinanced the debt in the past, correct?
Yes.
And the Fed just lowered the rate again?
Yes.
So do we foresee that happening again, or no? Are we basically at a point where it's not worth it?
We're close to the point where we can't do it. You can only do it nowadays as a result of the changes in the federal tax laws. You can only do current refundings. You can't do advance refundings, which means unless the bonds have a call date, you can't refund them. So it used to be that if you could refund bonds that weren't going to come due for many years and just set up an escrow account and pay them off and realize present value savings, can't do that as much. So there's limited opportunities. There's one or two bonds that we have that we might be able to refund. And we're looking at that and working with our financial advisor all the time to see if we can do that. It doesn't make sense right now.
Thank you.
Celebrating our success. So these are the accomplishments by department over the last 12 months. I'm not going to read them out loud to you, but you can read them for yourselves. These are the things that each department, one of the many things that each department is proud of. So that's economic development, police department, and IT. And then dispatching, fire, and human services. And I could come back to anyone if anybody has a question, but here's CD, admin, HR, and finance. And then public works. And then, of course, there's the town center development and the Uptown 500 development, the Park District, which is really a great accomplishment on their part, but something that we contributed to, renovated, and looks great. And then we have a Starbucks that opened and a City Works. So a lot of great things happening in Wheeling. And the answer to that question, are we done yet, is I am almost done. But I wanted to talk about pension funding because it's a very important topic, and do a little bit of benchmarking as they've done in prior years. And what this slide shows is the average funded percentage of the police and fire pension funds for the communities you see listed here. And what you'll see is that Wheeling is on average 58% funded, which is a lot less than we would like it to be. But it is coincidentally the average of all of these communities. On the very low end is the city of Harvey, which is not shown on this chart, but they're at 33%. And you can see that some communities are higher than we are, but we're at the average.
Michael, do we know what all of these communities use as their anticipated rate of return? Because the lower your rate, the less your funding, correct?
Right.
And the more you have to put in.
Right, the higher the rate, the less you're funding. So if I assume I'm going to get 10% in returns on my investments, I don't have to put as much money into the fund as if I assume I'm only going to earn 2%. So it sort of works back the other way.
Right, but if you assume if you're assuming a 2% rate of return, your funding,
yes,
your percentage of funding is
you're right.
lower.
Yes. The answer to your question is each community has a different investment rate return assumption. To make this apples to apples, though, I use this based on the Illinois Department of Insurance actuarial reports. The state of Illinois does an actuarial report for every police and fire pension fund in the state. And then the pension funds typically hire their own actuaries, as does Wheeling, which uses different assumptions. So you can't compare them unless you do it this way. And because IDOI uses the same 6.75% investment return assumption for all of the funds. So this is really apples to apples. If I tried to do it based on what the individual actuary, then it would not be realistic.
You don't have Arlington Heights on here either. Are they
I don't have our,
lower rate than?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I think they're 7.25.
I'm sorry?
I think they're 7.25.
Yeah, they might be. I don't know. I could look into it. And then this is the unfunded liabilities by community. So the unfunded liabilities are the amount of money that they owe to their pension funds to become 90% funded, which is what the state requires. This is interesting because you'll see that Wheeling is really on the lower end in terms of we technically owe $76 million to the pension funds. The average without Wheeling is $102 million. And you can see that some communities are much worse, some communities are much better.
That's all proportional though, right, Michael? I mean, 100 and whatever it was to Palatine's a lot less proportionally than what it would be to us, given they have 74,000 people and a bigger tax base.
Right, and so that's the next slide.
Oh, okay.
And I'm glad you brought that up. And last year, Trustee Lang asked me, well, have you ever looked at this on a per capita basis? You probably don't remember that, but you did. On a per capita basis, and I said, well, we have, but there's some limitations to the analysis of per capita, but in this case, it makes some sense. So what you'll see is that on a per capita basis, if everybody in Wheeling had to write a check to the police and fire pension funds to get them to 90% funding, it would be $1,984 per person, and you can see how that compares to these other communities. With, I guess, Winnetka being the highest, the average is $2,336. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. All right, and then, so what can we do to improve our pension funding? Well, we can contribute more, and that is something that the village has done for the last 10 years by adding $2.9 million more than was actuarially required to the three actual pension funds, police, fire, and IMRF. And then the other item is one that was already addressed by the manager, police and fire pension fund consolidation, which the bill before the state legislature now really emulates the IMRF model of funding pensions, where all communities for their non-sworn personnel participate in IMRF, And that does result historically and has resulted historically in better investment returns and lower administrative costs. So that's one way to improve funding, assuming it passes. And then the last section is the benchmarking section. And this, the purpose of this is to try to give the board and the residents a sense of how efficient Wheeling operates. And so here are the 2018 property tax levies by community. This is how much money they raise in property tax revenue to fund operations. And in red, I use the average of Buffalo Grove, Northbrook, and Glenview. And the reason I did that is because those three communities are closest to us in population. In fact, if you average them, it comes out to about 38,000, which is really what Wheeling's population is. So, excuse me, Wheeling's property tax levy with loss and costs is about $16.5 million. That's pretty close to the average. Very close to Buffalo Grove, almost identical. And then, of course, you have other communities that are higher or lower. Niles is low.
And again, the reason that Glenview's is so low is because they're able to offset their costs through sales tax.
That's exactly right. And that's the same thing with Niles. That's why, you know, this is a good illustration of if you have a lot of sales tax revenue coming in, you don't have to collect as much in property taxes. And then here we go. Here's sales tax by community. And again, I've had the average of those three communities I mentioned is 11.1 million, but then you look at Wheeling, and this is just our share of the state's tax, so the 1%, not the 2%, but nevertheless, I did that to make this apples to apples. We're the lowest, and this sums up more than anything, I think, the challenges that we face in trying to balance our budget every year.
Do you know, is there a major driver of Buffalo Grove, why they'd be higher than us? I mean, I can't think, just thinking quickly, where they get retail sales tax from.
I think in their industrial base.
It's their industrial base. I've had this conversation with them, mostly me saying, what's the deal? Because they don't. You don't see a lot of storefronts in Buffalo Grove. It's their industrial park. Their industrial park has several major manufacturer retailers where they are getting significant sales tax out of their industrial parks.
How do they capture that? Like, why aren't we able to do that? I mean, it's a simple question, but I don't know the answer.
No, it's a great question.
Why is maybe Keats is one of these people, but why can't we get sales tax from Keats, but Buffalo Grove can get it from somebody manufacturing something there?
It's not by any work that they did or work that we didn't do. It's simply a matter of who populates their industrial park.
Right, so what do you need, is what I'm saying.
We need somebody to manufacture and sell. We need someone who sells retail. Exactly. Someone who will manufacture, for example, medical supplies and then actually sell them direct. That's what we need. We need somebody who can build, fill in the blank, whatever technology, whatever, a piece of equipment and sell direct, not just build it. We have a number of medical supply manufacturers in town, but they don't sell to hospitals and doctors directly. They make parts for somebody else who then sells the product that they made here in Wheeling. Case in point, we have a major paint manufacturer. Most of the paint that you see comes out of Wheeling, but we don't get anything for that. That paint gets redistributed to the stores and then taxed at point of sale, as opposed to taxed where it was created. So what we need are manufacturers that sell retail.
So if we had something, didn't you tell me that, because we had the same conversation, a computer manufacturer that you can go in and Wheeling can order their 20 laptops for the year or whatever they need, and that's where Buffalo Grove is getting a lot of it?
Yes. Yes.
They have two huge computer suppliers like that. Tried to get one of them.
Yep.
Right. And when I showed this slide last year, Wheeling was pretty close to Buffalo Grove. The loss of Sam's Club dropped us down considerably. So And this shows the big three sources of revenue: sales, income, and property tax for each of these communities. And the average of the three comparables that I chose was about 31 million. We're at about 25.6, similar to Buffalo Grove, but really on the low end of these communities. And this is the same information on a per capita basis. And Trustee Vito, to your point earlier, you know, when you have more population, then the picture looks a little bit better, but the provision of municipal services doesn't track exactly the same as population. So in other words, if I were, the reason I was hesitant in the past to show this on a per capita basis is because, for example, you know, every one of these communities has one village manager and one finance director. But if I showed that on a per capita basis, it would look like Wheeling has twice as many village managers and finance directors as Arlington Heights. There's some economies of scale that get skewed a little bit with a per capita analysis, but it's still worth looking at. And here's 2018 general fund total revenues. The average of those three communities being 53 million. We're at 38. And this probably tells the story better than anything of we're providing essentially all the same services, but doing it with less revenue than any of our neighbors.
What's the bottom line of numbers that?
I'm sorry, that's population.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Just to put it a little bit in perspective, obviously, Arlington Heights with 75,000 residents is going to have more revenue. But that's why I tried to just compare it to communities that have similar populations as Wheeling. And then this is, again, on a per capita basis, total general fund revenue. And you can see where we stand there. And these are total general fund expenditures. Average of the three communities being 51 million, Wheeling down at 33, which is lower than any of these other communities. Again, providing the same services, but doing it for less money, less cost. And then this is the same thing on a per capita basis. And here to my point earlier, you know, Palatine looks a little bit better on this slide because they have 68,000 residents. And again, there's some economies of scale that cause that to happen. And then this is 2018 full-time equivalent sworn police and fire, and public works employees. And the average of all of these communities, so those are the big three departments, 218 is the average. The three communities I mentioned is 192. We're at 150, which is lower than anyone else. And that is a sign of how efficiently we provide these services. So that's all I have. Today's budget workshop, we want to answer questions. Any other remaining questions you have, discuss expanded level sheets. Village manager wants to talk about the future board meeting schedule, and then the fire chief is going to talk about fire department staffing. We will adjourn and then have lunch, but do we want to play another Kahoot game right now? Or
You just want to keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. If there are no other questions, should we go into pink sheets? Yes?
Sure.
Yes.
All right, then page 203 of your budget document is the first, and we're just going to go in order, whether they're pink or whether they are white. We'll go through all of them, and President Horker, if you would just like just consensus, whether you want to go by person or anybody who objects, however you'd like to do it, just as we go through these. As a reminder, all sheets, 203, all expanded level requests from department heads come in this format that's before the board. They all come in as white pages. We distinguish by color simply because the white ones bear my signature, and all that is a suggestion. It's a recommendation from me. They do not become part of the budget until the board agrees. The pink ones do not have my signature. That does not mean that I think necessarily that they're bad ideas, but there are a couple examples where it's simply a policy decision that I felt the board should make as opposed to one that I am making. So it's not, and we'll talk about all of them, but it's not necessarily that the pink sheets are bad ideas. It's just that it's something that I thought required really direction from the board. So I will introduce each one. If there are questions, I will probably hand that off to the department head that authored the request, because I think they're probably better able to answer any detailed questions. So beginning on page 203, we have a request. It is $22,000 for village marketing for Xfinity TV and advertising. And if it isn't too confusing, I kind of want to talk about it with page 204, which is a village marketing community intro video. I think while they are separate items, they kind of go hand in hand, but again, we'll ask for consensus on each one. The first one for Xfinity TV advertising is $22,000, and as the narrative says, it would provide commercials. It would provide commercials for the Village of Wheeling on cable stations. There are a number of communities, a small number of communities that do this. It is meant to attract customers, be they businesses that want to come and build their business in Wheeling, or whether you want to focus on something specific like, say, Restaurant Row, whatever. It's advertising that we create that would run as commercials on cable stations. I think it's a great idea. I think it is hard to measure return on investment. I think there are probably other ways, and we do them. If you see in the admin budget, there's a number of individual line items that deal with advertising for the Village of Wheeling. I just wasn't sure that, and you've seen this before, that cable television was really going to bring us the result that this would cost us. Director Malanofi, is that a fair enough statement?
Absolutely. I think you described it perfectly. But I'd be happy to answer any questions. We just look at a lot of different ways to promote Wheeling, and this would be another that we considered. But the cost is fairly prohibitive. We do a lot of radio advertising already as well.
Trustee Papantos has a question.
I guess it's more of a comment. I appreciate the fact that we are looking to promote the town, but as my kids have often told me, people don't watch TV the way you do, Mom. And I don't think people pay attention to commercials. We're now streaming, we're now, getting up out of the room, or, using your DVR and fast forwarding. So I don't really see that, since we can't measure any true rate of return and whether or not this is beneficial, that it would really help.
Thank you, Trustee Lang.
The other community that seems to do a lot of advertising, at least on the radio, is Bedford Park. Mm-hmm. So you always hear them on Bear games and so on. So any idea how they're doing? If John, if they've tipped the needle a little bit on.
They've promoted the fact that they attracted a major truck stop gas station as one of the businesses that they recruited as one success story. When I discussed this with some of the radio advertising people, I don't want to be Bedford Park. I think that we could use our resources more judiciously with kind of a measured campaign where we tie it to specific times of the year and a specific target audience. And I think we've been able to achieve some successes, but it's difficult to measure. Did they hear the ad? Is that why they came to Wheeling? It's just keeping us top of mind as an industrial location to locate your business.
Yeah, it's hard to measure, right, you're saying, right? Yeah. And Elk Grove kind of did a strange, a unique thing as well with sponsoring a bowl game. And again, you don't know what the return is really on something like that, other than their name exposed like crazy.
Ironically, the public answer was that they were able to attract a gas station, that the owner of said station saw Elk Grove's name during the bowl game and picked up the phone and said, I want to open a gas station there. Point is, they've attracted a gas station. In both communities, that was the net result. I thought that was...
For $300,000.
Didn't we attract a gas station without $300,000?
We did. I did that when I went to lunch. Yeah, I mean, how do you... Yeah.
We got some correspondence yesterday, and I just responded. We have $300 million in development underway in Wheeling, and we're pretty proud of our marketing efforts and our budget, given it's a finite budget, but we've been pretty successful with what we're doing with the resources that we have.
Trustee Kruger?
Thank you. Director Malanaphy, I think I asked this question when this came up as a pink sheet last year, and I just want you to remind me what your answer was. Who are the production companies that would be working on this? These are professional ad agencies? You know, is that where the money would be going to hire and contract with professional ad agencies to produce these commercials, produce this community video?
There's a number of different resources we could use. The companies themselves could produce the video for us. In the case of Comcast, if we were going to go with Comcast, they could help us with a video.
Right.
We didn't get that far as to who we would use necessarily, but there's a variety of them out there.
I think what I mentioned last year, and that's probably only because my involvement with it, is that my own kid was a product of the media department at Wheeling High School. And they did some pretty professional work. Got him prepared to go to Columbia College and go into digital media as a career. That's not where he stayed, clearly, but I wondered if we had looked into working with the high school and the media department, and perhaps not for this school year, but for next school year, to get it on their curriculum that, you know, one quarter, one semester is dedicated to producing a video on behalf of the village. I think it would come in a lot less than a combination of, you know, $30,000, $40,000.
Sure. And the video that we have on our website was produced on a shoestring budget. But certainly that would be something that we could look at. I mean, we're very aggressive in trying to save dollars on our marketing budget. And we've worked very closely with the high school on other projects.
Absolutely.
Some of their internship things. And so I would definitely look into that if
a lot of the artwork in this building is as a result of Manager Spondilis's efforts at including our community to help, you know, dress our walls. So kind of the same philosophy, so I'm kind of leaning towards a no on these.
Okay.
Trustee Vito and then Trustee Rufato.
Yeah, and so I'll apologize in advance for being kind of a jerk, but John, if you don't want it and John doesn't want it and you don't think it's got an ROI, why throw it in here? I thought this is kind of like, hey, I really want this, but I know it's a little out of our budget, not, hey, I don't really want this and it's out of our budget.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement and probably more to me. It shouldn't have been included, and next year it won't. I think the policy question was answered by the board last year. You're correct.
All right, fair enough.
If we had infinite resources, though, we might move ahead with something like this. That's why it's in there again.
If we were looking for places to spend money.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Right, but I think the question's been asked and answered.
Move forward.
Trustee Rufato.
So your comment about not wanting it is the 22K, but the 16.5 is that something that we feel we should do? And then really my question is, what is the life of a video? We produce it. Shouldn't that be something that's evergreen, that if we're going to go down this path, that we should always have it updated?
Yeah, that's part of the challenge. I mean, a little embarrassed to say Trustee Vito's point is valid here. I don't know what we would do with an intro video. It's a very nice to have. To Trustee Kruger's point, I think the front, if we were to do it, one, we should have a very focused reason that we're doing it. Very focused. And you know, we've been working on, and it's not part of any of this, but we've been working on the rebranding of Restaurant Row. And that is a very large generalization of a multitude of projects that fall under that umbrella. When that comes to fruition, perhaps that's a good focus, even though that would be advertising a specific thing. It's a good reason, because who's your audience? If you have an intro video, your audience is probably more residents who want to come live here and potential visitors than it is, I want to open a business there. Because that's what I think an intro video does. The advertising clearly is more geared towards the business community. And if we did it, yes, it should be updated often. I think this came off of some of the excitement when we made the trip to South Korea and saw some of what Seoul was doing. And that's great, but Seoul is like the city of Chicago. You know, where's the rate of return on a video? I think it's a very nice thing to have, and I think to Trustee Kruger's point, which is a very good one, if and when the day comes to do that, we need to have someone professional, meaning not staff, storyboard what we should be focusing on, and then absolutely do what Trustee Kruger suggested, which is go to the community and have them execute the storyboard that was written by a professional. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
We had that Will Smith, I'm just going to say, I don't know his last name, from Channel 11.
Yes.
Do a video
Yes.
a number of years ago, and I think it was popular among us because we always looked at it, but I don't know if it really got out there in the public, and it really didn't have staying power because it's gone now, right?
Agreed. They are still on, while I'm wheeling, they are still on the website, but I agree with your point, which echoes Trustee Rufato's point that yes, they become dated. And those were cute and kitschy, and that was the intent of them. So.
Any other questions or comments?
Talked out of it.
If there are no other questions or comments, I'm going to look for a consensus. It's out, leave it out, or put it in. Trustee Rufato?
Leave it out.
Kruger?
Leave it out.
Lang?
Out for both, yes.
Vito?
Out.
Papantos?
Out for both.
Vogel?
Out for both.
So now I got to go back to the other side. Second one, out or in?
Out.
Out.
Lang?
Out.
I'm out for both as well. Next one, Mr. Spondulis.
Thank you. This is, as Director Manchin had said, these are at the beginning when he explained some of this, that these are all expanded level sheets. This is actually a current level sheet, which I don't know that we've ever had. Have we ever had a current level request? Perhaps the detail doesn't really matter. The reason it's current is because we're not asking for additional bodies, even though this sheet funds an additional person. So the explanation there is we're hiring one extra person, but saving $115,610 through, and you will see in the bullet points of the narrative that we are hiring a full-time multidisciplinary building inspector. 1. 2, we are upgrading the existing building inspector position to building supervisor. 3, we are eliminating the part-time electrical inspector position. And 4, we are eliminating the existing full-time plumbing inspector position. So this touches two departments. This touches Public Works and it touches Community Development. This sheet and therefore this request comes after much deliberation between those two departments, myself and the Finance Director. Everyone believes that we will be able to hire the person as a full-time multidisciplinary building inspector. That is not unheard of. It'll be a bit of a challenge considering the marketplace, but we don't think that it's an extraordinary reach to find someone who has the skill set that we're looking for. And the offset to that is that we would eliminate 1.5 positions that currently exist. That's why there's a savings to this, even though we are adding a body. So the multidisciplinary building inspector position does not exist. We're getting rid of the part-time electrical inspector position. We are getting rid of the full-time plumbing inspector position, and we are upgrading the building inspector position to building supervisor. Why? Well, the electrical inspector position at part-time, we've gone through 4 in 6 years. Part-time positions, nobody wants a part-time job. We train them, we get them acclimated to the community, they're here for a year, and then they move on to a full-time position. That's the reality of it. So at a part-time level, it is very difficult to find somebody with a very specific licensed skill set who only wants to work part-time. The plumbing inspector position, we had talked here during these meetings in the past about what that mix is, and we've made explanations about, well, do we have more plumbing inspections? Do we have more electrical inspections? Every community kind of goes through this because there's a defense for a part-time position based on caseload, but again, those are hard to find. And so then do you hire someone full-time and make them municipal inspector? It just becomes challenging. So what we've done is look at the plumbing inspector position. A lot of that has been redistributed to the Public Works Department and the maintenance operators of the Public Works Department. And that's how we were able to move away from the need for a full-time plumbing inspector. We have not had one. So both of these positions are vacant. I think that's important to say that no one is losing their job here. It has been a year that we have gone without the plumbing inspector. Same with the electrical inspector. We have been using outsourced resources since that time. So this is coming to you after the idea of this has been vetted. So we actually think we're going to see a good increase in our efficiency because we're adding a body that for the last year and a half we have been doing without. So we think this is a very good, efficient change to our ability to serve, and yet comes at a dramatic savings to the community. Andrew, Mark, is that a fair explanation?
Don't jump in all at once. So it would be safe to say that this goes in the same direction as the, what is it, 17% reduction in the workforce since 2009. It's efficiencies that we've been able to discover and take advantage of.
Yes.
Excellent. Questions from the electorate? Papantos, Trustee Papantos.
Thank you. And thank you for the clarification, Manager Svandelis, that these positions have been vacant, so we're not suddenly springing on an employee, you won't have a job starting in 2020. Right. I guess I'm surprised because of, in particular, Uptown 500 with over 300 units coming in and the amount of inspections that have to go on there, that it's actually cheaper to contract this out than have our own employee doing it?
So we have been contracting out a large number of plan reviews and inspections. This, as Manager Svandelis said, is just an adjustment so that we can be more efficient with what we do in-house. So we believe that moving some of the plan reviews here and having the electrical and mechanical inspections come and then leave those would come to an in-house staff person. Some of our plan review and all of our plumbing inspections would still be done by a third-party inspection service. And we do have a demand, but the way that the third party works, we don't have a contract where we have a minimum number of inspections, so it can fluctuate. As something like Uptown 500 ends, we won't have that same demand for plumbing inspections the following year.
Okay. And is plumbing segregated out from electrical? I mean, are there certain qualifications that have to be there for an inspector? And is that part of the reason that it's easier to contract this out?
Yes, the likelihood of finding a multidisciplinary inspector who has plumbing as one of those disciplines is almost zero. Electrical mechanical certification, and structural, you're more likely to find those combined together in a single person. But plumbing, the amount of time that somebody has to invest in becoming a licensed plumber makes it unlikely that they would also be electrical and mechanical certified.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Papantos. Trustee Krueger?
Thank you. Manager Spondilis, in your description of this one, I thought I heard you say that some of our public works people have done some of the work necessary, and I'm assuming they're certified to inspect?
The work that they do does not require them to be certified as plumbers. This is more the meter side of, so the meter program, back to what I said about how do you justify a full-time position, say for an electrical or a plumbing inspector?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had given our plumbing inspector the meter program. Not from a reading standpoint, but the overall, yes. So that has been transferred back to, and has been very successful, having been run through the Public Works Department. But no, they are not doing plumbing inspections on new construction at all.
So then this will reduce that burden on our public works staff from doing what they've been doing?
No, they are stuck with the responsibilities that have been transferred to them as a result of the last year of not having a plumbing inspector full-time. So their duties do not change from the way it currently is related to plumbing.
Okay. Thank you.
Was it, did you have anything?
I had nothing.
Okay. If everybody's clear on this, I need a consensus whether or not to leave it in. Trustee Vogel?
Yes.
Trustee Papantos?
Yes.
Trustee Vito?
Yes.
Trustee Lang?
Yes.
Trustee Krueger?
Yes.
Trustee Rufato?
Yes.
I'm a yes also.
Excellent.
Next.
Only a couple more. 4 solar-powered electronic speed displays. This comes to us from our police department. Quite simply, as the description describes, these are they are electronic speed displays that are mobile. They are the things that you see in neighborhoods that tell you that you're going too fast. We do have 2 of them currently. They are quite old, and the 2 that we own are inoperative. This, and I signed it, so this white level expanded sheet I signed. You can get 4 solar-powered electronic speed displays for $15,000. I thought it was more than worth it for the expense. Chief Dunn, any additional comments?
No, you captured everything pretty well. We put them out and about in the community to remind everybody what their speeds are. A lot of people don't realize the speed they're actually traveling in a residential neighborhood, and it's just an overt, obvious reminder to them what their speed is.
Questions from the board? Left, Trustee Papantos, then Trustee Vito.
Just out of curiosity, what's the battery length then with the solar power?
They'll operate through the night and through the dark, but they need to recharge during the day.
Trustee Vito.
Do you have like a set schedule or plan of where you put them, or how do you make that determination?
Primarily, it's citizen complaint driven when people contact us and our traffic sergeant relate that their people are speeding in their neighborhoods. A lot of times, it's more of the education of the person calling to complain, because like in a curve or in the narrower of the street, the car appears to be going faster than it is. So sometimes it works to educate the person who's making the complaint also. And in the absence of those, we just put it in locations where we predetermined where we're writing a lot of speeding citations.
Thanks. Trustee Lang.
Are these units more flexible where they'll be able to attach to, say, our street lights as opposed to just the sign poles?
These would have to be applied to the 2x2 metal poles, because that way we can lock them and they don't wind up in someone's garage or something.
Okay, so they still won't attach. So you'll have to put those signs in if they're not there?
Yes.
Okay.
Generally, there's enough signs out there that we can use.
Any other questions? Consensus, Trustee Rufato?
Yes.
Trustee Vogel?
Yes.
Trustee Krueger?
Yes.
Trustee Papantos?
Yes.
Trustee Lang?
Yes.
Trustee Vito?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Pink one.
From the book itself, this is the last expanded level sheet. This comes from Public Works. It is additional holiday tree light installation removal for the building next door, the former Village Hall, now our police department headquarters. This is, again, exactly as the description implies. If you recall, years past, our holiday lights, which I think are quite nice, end at about the fountain or thereabouts, and it's a pretty dramatic cutoff where there's still some building left. All this does is bring it all the way to our border with St. Joseph's on the east side. You will note also that we have removed a number of trees on the west side of the police department building, which helps keep this cost low because the lights that were going to go on those trees have now moved over. This is simply continuity. That's all this is. It's finishing the project. It is pink, not because I don't think it's a good idea, but because this is just a policy as to whether or not the board wants to expand the holiday light program. I think it will make our campus look much cleaner. I will tell you that in all my years working here, I have never received more compliments about anything in this village than our holiday light displays. Now, that just because people want to go out of their way to say how pretty things look, or because that's what people are actually focused on, whatever. I can tell you there's been an overwhelmingly positive response to this. And again, all this does is finish the project to our eastern border.
Trustee Lang, you have a question?
Is there a way to possibly share the lights if you maybe take a few from some of the other displays and apply them to this project and come halfway? I mean, maybe cut this cost in half or so if you didn't do some of the other trees, maybe some outlying trees in some other areas.
Yes, I think the problem with that is you go from a very high-level display to in order to spread it out. The answer is yes.
It can be done, but well, I agree. I think
Director Janik, is that
That's correct.
Okay. I noted it last year and said that it definitely looks like it cuts off, that we don't care about the police department, and that's not true.
Thank you, Trustee Lang. Was there any? Trustee Vogel, you had a question?
Are there any other gaps? I'm trying to...
Not on our municipal campus.
No.
I mean, there's a lot of other opportunities that we can explore, but this just completes this campus. In fact, the Park District, correct me if I'm wrong, the Park District has piggybacked on our contract to move south. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that. It's possible, but I'm not aware of that. I mean, not part of
believe
our
that they have.
contract. They might be contracting with that company, but
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. They reached out to us about who we use and are doing the same to move south.
As we develop west, are there going to be a need to move that way further? Or will that be up to the associations and the management of the developments over there?
That's private property.
That's all private property. We don't.
So we won't attempt to do anything there? Okay, I'm for it.
Well, if there are no other questions, Trustee Vogel was for it. Trustee Papantos?
I'm sorry, one quick question. When we get our new signs in, which I believe are soon, will we be decorating the entranceway, the 12 entranceway signs also, and will that be an additional budgetary concern?
We had included in our specifications with the sign contractor the ability to do that. I don't believe that we've actually factored that into the holiday lighting yet, though. They have a weatherproof outlet mounted on the back of them for that purpose.
Thank you.
So then, Trustee Papantos, consensus?
No, leave it out.
Trustee Vito?
yeah, leave it out.
No.
Mary
And Vito
said
is
no.
Papantos is no. Vito is no. Vogel is yes.
No. Vito is yes. I mean,
Trustee Lang?
I'm in.
Trustee Kruger?
Yes.
Trustee Rufato?
Yes.
Yes.
and what was Lang?
Yes.
Yes.
Rosado
okay,
is
thank
yes.
you. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the expanded levels that are provided in your budget document. There are two additional ones that have come in. The first is, both are through my office. The first is a request, or really an opportunity, from the Journal and Topics. They are now running a program of weekly advertising. So the contract that they have submitted as a proposal is for $12,559, where we have a running quarter-page ad in their published Journal and Topics paper, along with all the other special edition things you see listed below. But ultimately, that's it. You're buying a quarter-page ad in the print version of the Journal and Topics that we can use in whatever capacity we wish. Again, difficult to measure return on investment. That said, really the Journal and Topics is our only local paper. So I think when it comes to hard copy distribution, the Journal and Topics is rather high compared to, say, the Daily Herald, where a lot of their readership now is online. I don't know how to measure success. Is it a good idea? I think it's a good idea, but whether or not you all believe that there's a true value to it, I leave to you.
Trustee Papantos?
Thank you. Two questions. Why would the village sponsor the full-page colored ad for the Taste of the Town? Is not that a chamber event?
We do advertising for those chamber events. This is just I believe the answer to your question is that he's just sweetening the deal. You're buying the weekly quarter-page ad, and on top of that, you're getting the quarter-page black and white for National Night Out. You're getting the quarter-page in the Veterans section. He's just adding to, and by he, I'm speaking of the editor, the representative of the Journal and Topics.
What is the special progress section?
Director Malanfey.
We produce a summary of all the economic development activities that are occurring in the village of Wheeling to notify the residents if they're not aware of all the projects that we have underway and projects that we're contemplating. And we've done this for at least 6 years since I've been here, and prior to that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's actually a good point. The National Night Out, Progress, and Taste of the Town are items that we already pay to advertise. So those are just being rolled into this contract. And I should note that there are a couple of municipalities that have already joined the program in our surrounding neighbors.
Trustee Kruger?
Thanks. Manager Spondilis, would Rock and Run the Runway be part of this? Or only be a part of the quarter-page black and white when that time comes?
I'm sure I can negotiate that.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Lang?
I would, instead of going weekly with this, maybe you do a quarterly.
Pay as you go?
Yeah. And you know, if something comes up or something that we want to highlight and talk about improvements, things opening in town and so on, maybe you do a full-page splash or something like that as opposed to something weekly. I think it'll just get lost after a while. I love the Journal Topics, though.
Trustee Vito?
Is there any current amount budgeted specifically for them, for things like Rock and Run the Runway?
We budget by program, not by media outlet. I will say that compared to the Daily Herald, the Journal is very expensive. And I only say that if you really want to advertise in the Journal and Topics, to Trustee Lang's point, there's some buying power here. For example, the cost to advertise for our 4th of July event is significantly higher in the Journal and Topics than it is in the Daily Herald, believe it or not. So if you value the advertising in the J&T, there's probably some buying power here. Otherwise, I agree that we just
you know.
What's the paid circulation in Wheeling? And
I don't, offhand, I don't.
Yeah, I know they provide a number of giveaways in public buildings here, but paid circulation is a whole other thing.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't have that number specifically. I think the best way to approach it is just the idea. I can get that. Is just the idea of it, whether you think there's value to a weekly presence of the village and its logo with the J&T's readership.
Trustee Rufato, or Trustee Lang, you're done?
Yes, I am.
Trustee Rufato?
And none of this includes online? So it's that's a separate path, or is that a separate, they look at it as a separate revenue stream for them? I mean, because
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I don't. I will tell you the contract is specifically for print. I'm sure we can get the online advertising as part of the program without increasing the cost.
Okay, I mean, if that was the case, I might go for this, if it was online.
You can put, this is direction to me. So you can give me that direction, that if we can get another edition for the Rock and Run the Runway and online advertising for this price, the answer is yes. If I can do it, then I will. If I don't, then we just won't spend the money, even if you approve this. So this is just direction to me.
I would like to know
Trustee Kruger?
Thank you. I'd like to know how much we've spent with them before to compare. Is this that great of a price compared to what we've spent with them?
Yes, it's hard to do that because the bulk of this is the weekly ads that we've never done. I can give you the breakdown of what it does cost, say, for the 2 weeks that we advertise for Rock and Run.
Right.
But it's not the bulk of this. This is really, you're buying the quarter page ad weekly.
Okay, thanks.
If you're interested, you can just tell me you're interested, and I can come back with an actual contract. Like this is just about whether or not we put it in the budget. If I come back to you with a contract in January, we don't need to amend the budget for $12,000.
I was looking at this going, it's barely above your limit.
No, it's half of my limit. I don't, but this is a policy question.
Right.
That's why it's in here. I could do this on my own, but.
Trustee Vogel?
It says online now, circulation unavailable for the Journal and Topics in Wheeling.
What are you looking at?
I was looking at online ask for the circulation, and it said unavailable under the Journal and Topics byline.
Oh, I can find it out, though. That's not a problem.
We table this. Mr.
Sorry,
Monson.
we do have an answer to how much we've spent with the Journal and Topics in prior.
I thought you would.
So about $4,000 a year on average.
And that's for essentially our special events, right? Okay. So, there you go.
Thank you.
And again, perhaps we can rephrase the question. Is this something that the board's interested in? Forget the money. Because I can come back to you with something more concrete. If you're interested in weekly advertising.
Do we want to see more research?
Yes.
Trustee Rufato, more research?
Yes, and I would be interested in this, definitely, yes.
Trustee Kruger?
Yes.
Trustee Lang?
No.
Trustee Vito?
Just more information?
Yes.
I'm too close-minded for that. No, yeah, sure. I mean, that's fine.
No, get rid of the code book. Trustee Papantos?
Yes.
Trustee Vogel?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see more information as well.
Thank you. I will do that. And last but not least, to conclude the budget portion for fiscal year 2020, safety enhancements for the boardroom. This is something that we have discussed and labored about in the past. This is essentially creating a safe space for the board and for staff by lining the dais with a bulletproof material. This is obviously a touchy topic and one that no one really wants to have to bring up, but there is, as we all know, an increase in violence and mass shootings. There have been, since the last time that we spoke about this, some specific municipal attacks. And And what you see before you is an estimate based on a previous request from a company to line both the dais and the staff table with a bulletproof material. Again, this is really a policy decision for the board, but like I said, this is something that unfortunately is become a need to discuss.
Trustee Lang?
Thank you. You know, as much as I value all of our lives, I value everyone in this building who works here every day and in our other buildings. And I'd rather see some sort of security that would keep those buildings tight, all of our employees safe and protected. Maybe it's something that has to be looked at, not decided today, obviously, but I'd rather see that and money go towards that than just for something that would protect a few folks.
Sure, I think it's important to let you know and the public know that we have had some instances where the public has gotten into areas that they didn't belong, and improvements have already been made. So yes, if it wasn't for the fact that we've already done that, I would absolutely be asking for whatever was required in order to make those buildings safe. In the cases of those particular buildings, meaning police station, fire station, public works, we were able to accomplish that without, now of course we didn't put in metal detectors, but we also shouldn't have to because the public really doesn't belong in most of those buildings beyond the lobby area. So we were able to secure the buildings without having to do additional costs.
What if, you know, this is the only entrance for the public for this room? What about some sort of metal detection in this room? Thoughts? I mean, I know we can't decide that today and all that, but something to look at rather than for a few, I'd rather have the many protected.
Sure, we can do that. I guess I would ask if the board agrees, because that is absolutely a perception issue of, you know, welcome to your local government, and here's the metal detector. The other challenge that brings, because we've talked about this, is you're going to have staff, so you're going to have at least 2 police officers. I made up the number 2. Present to escort people through the metal detector. So there is additional cost beyond just the equipment, and then of course there's the perception of walking through a metal detector. But certainly we can do that. In fact, we had a quote at one time and it was about $15,000 for metal detectors here.
I'd rather see it go towards that.
Okay. Trustee Papantos?
Thank you. I agree that I'd rather protect the many than the few as far as that goes, but I do disagree with metal detectors because if we tell the public to walk through a metal detector, we would also have to ourselves walk through the same metal detector and staff and everybody else on a regular basis. And it gets to that balancing act. But to address something that you said, Manager Svandelis, about people walking through buildings where they shouldn't be, hopefully people realize that they will be arrested if that happens again. No ifs, ands, buts about it. I believe it was in Virginia where somebody went in and into a municipal building and killed many people. And if people are going into areas they don't belong, they need to be arrested, period. It kind of sends a message right away.
So consideration on the, what's it called?
We can do the requested
Safety
hand, or whether you'd like us to look into metal detectors. I guess those are the 2.
So requested hand or metal detector? Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Krueger.
One quick question. As far as the other village buildings and where our staff works every day, we've done active shooter training and evacuation for everyone so they all know. So this room is really only the last space that is unconquered when it comes to...
Yes, and sadly, this room is also probably the target.
Correct.
I don't know. This room is probably the target.
It's an awful lot to think about. Thank you.
So the question is expand it or...
Well, or expand.
Well, no, so the question would be implement this yes or no, or implement this and expand it?
Correct, with metal detectors.
Yeah. Is that clear? Is the question clear?
Yeah, but I don't think it's been explained what the actual thing is. You're just talking about ballistic material on the dais?
Probably.
Correct.
Seems like.
It's the front panel of both daises would be.
So the shooters would have to come around the back.
Right.
Yeah.
Ducks in a row.
I don't think is a,
Wait, so
Well, nothing is, not, I mean,
right, nothing's foolproof. I mean, I just think it'd be better to just, I mean, I'm sure a lot of us have to do active shooter training on it, and this would be concealment, I suppose, as a instead of cover. But I have Trustee Vogel for cover before I make it back out the back way. But,
As long as you stay skinny.
that's right.
Yeah. Dave, you and I are.
So, but yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, I don't know. Maybe Chief Dunn can
this is where the.
expand on how much you think it would prevent. And plus, we have armed people in here most of the time who I think will take them out before concealment or cover
Yeah, but I noticed Chief
becomes an issue. What's that?
Chief don't have a gun today.
How do you know?
What? What don't I have?
A
I
gun?
didn't see it.
Well,
It's in his
maybe
boot.
my puffy uniform shirt's hiding it. Here's one on my hip.
I thought you were doing an Andy Griffith thing or something.
You could in this town, but you never know. It can happen anytime, any place. And
Okay.
what Trustee Vito's saying is, I mean, the best laid plans, and someone will circumvent the plan.
and I don't want to oversell this. This is just because this is now touching municipalities directly, that's why this has come up. There's no imminent threat. This is just something for the board to think about. That's all.
So, back to the meat of the matter. Then, so this is about ballistic material behind the dais, both sides.
Okay.
Do we want to go as is, not do anything, or expand? Those the options?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Rufato?
Not do anything. Not do anything.
Trustee Vogel?
Not do anything.
Trustee Kruger?
Not do anything.
Trustee Papantos?
Not do anything.
Trustee Lang?
No ballistic, but I wouldn't mind seeing some other door security.
Trustee Vito?
Not do anything.
I would have gone with the ballistics. So it looks like we're not going to be doing anything.
Perfect. And then the last thing before we discuss fire department personnel, I did distribute a list of meetings for the calendar year 2020. These are board meetings. The reason that I did this, even though you approve every year this list, is that we had some discussion earlier about not doing makeup meetings for holidays that fall on a Monday in the first or third week of the year, which effectively is twice. It is President's Day in February and Labor Day in September. The reason, and I know everyone has already weighed in on this, I simply wanted to make sure that everyone still concurs, because if we're going to do that, we need to change the village code, which currently says that we will do a makeup meeting. The challenge is, again, it only happens twice a year. Tuesday meetings are difficult on everyone's schedule. We do not have an attorney, we do not have Jim on Tuesday meetings. And again, this has been previously discussed. I just didn't want to move forward with code change without everyone seeing specifically what the meeting dates were, and knowing that the only two that are affected are President's Day and Labor Day.
So the question at hand is?
Unless somebody has an issue, I'm going to move forward.
I don't have an issue. I just want to clarify that if something came up in February that we said we really need to meet, this would not, we would be able to call a special meeting at any
Absolutely.
time.
Absolutely.
And that's
This
what I
is
want to
really
clarify.
just to avoid canceling a meeting, and we've followed essentially this schedule before. It's just that we cancel the meetings, and I think that just reflects poorly. So if we know we're going to cancel them, then let's do it in advance. Let's change the code to appropriately reflect the fact that we don't intend to have them.
Thank you.
Questions or comments? Let it ride. Looks like you're good to go on that one.
All right, thank you very much. Our final presentation is really the follow-up to our previous discussion about fire department buildings. We had talked about how they are staffed. we had talked about where they are or should be located. And part of that conversation was discussing the staffing levels. As you know, Wheeling has grown pretty significantly, despite the fact that our borders have not changed. We are landlocked, and really there's not a lot of open space left. But what we're seeing is that we're seeing very dense projects with these apartment buildings. We are seeing a number of assisted living facilities, and as you've heard on refrain year after year, those types of facilities really are have an impact on our service, because they use our fire department, which really is operating more as an emergency medical service than a fire department. And I think that's something that we really need to consider understand when we're talking about, quote unquote, the fire department. This is not about how many fires there are in town. This is far more about how many calls for service there are in town. For many, many years, we have been talking about, and in fact, at one point, there was approval for 9 additional firefighters. Things happened, those firefighters were never hired, fine. But we've really spent the last 10 years looking at staffing in the fire department and have never presented to you a plan that says, one, the time has come. So you've spent 10 years talking about the day that we would need additional fire service personnel. So one, the time has come, and two, how we're going to pay for it. So you're going to hear an explanation for both of those things. And in advance, I will say out loud, to keep everybody from bated breath, we're not looking at 9 new bodies. We are looking at 6 new bodies. That is due to the great efforts of both our chief and deputy chief and their experience, both of them as chiefs, figuring out how to serve the public without overburdening them with additional employees. You will see some concentric circles, which are very important because they show our service area and correlate directly to response time. I will say in advance that none of this has anything to do with the 2 new fire stations. The bodies within the department are just being redistributed as we talk about tearing down Station 23 and rebuilding and moving Station 42. So they are exclusive of each other. Even if we never built that 42 fire station, we would still be having the same conversation when it comes to personnel. So I just want to make that clear, maybe more to the public than to the board who is already aware of that. So without any more monologuing, Chief McIsaac, if you would please.
Thank you very much. Just to go back a little bit in time, this past summer when we met and talked about the fire stations, we had a brief conversation about staffing. And you as the board presented us with a challenge. The challenge was, we get it. The town is growing. Our call demands are going up. But Chief, we need to figure out how we're going to handle this a little bit better. And the 3 people behind me the 3 of us, I should say, that with the 2 people behind me, this is it, has spent a large amount of time over the last several months going back and forth, looking at every aspect of the fire department's operations. We've gone back and looked at ambulance billing, how to pay for people, how does this all play out and improve services to the community, how does this work out with accommodating scheduling of personnel. We've met with finance, and I'll show you some of that as to what is the financial impact to the community and how can that burden be minimized. So it has really been a team effort for the last couple months to come to you with this revised plan and a very solid plan going forward. As the manager already alluded, to get to the bottom line at the end, yes, we're going to be talking about adding 6 additional people. And during this, I will also explain why you saw ambulances going back and forth earlier, as some of you alluded to, because it fits actually into this conversation today as to what's happening. From a historic perspective, we went back to 1992. the first year that the department was doing computerized record keeping, plotted out every single type of call that we have handled. And to put this in a perspective, and I realize it's a little hard to see in the audience, but the top line is total number of calls. And one of the things that we've gone through and has been a theme, if you will, of the village since 2008 is doing more with less and figuring out how to be much more effective. And that included how do we control call growth, how do we manage the call growth, and are there things in our business that we should not be doing or should be doing differently? It gets back to the graph that Finance Director Monshane showed earlier about the number of employees versus other communities. We work much smarter and much more efficient as an organization, not just the fire, but everybody here. And it's reflected from the fire department standpoint here. When you look at the top line, I have to point out, yeah, overall calls are down almost 400 calls per year in the last 2 years. And we sat here a couple of years ago talking to the board and talked about responsibilities in the community and some out-of-the-box thinking that included charging for invalid assists in an effort to deter the use of fire department services for in-home health care needs. We talked about changing the method and responsibilities for handling elevator alarms. We talked about handling fire alarm trouble alarms. In the last 2+ years, we've challenged the Fire Prevention Bureau to look at making the fire alarm systems that are in our community much more efficient and not result in a high number of false alarms. And as a result of that, we have transferred over almost 600 fire alarms in the community from copper wires, traditional telephone wires, to radio alarms that work through a Wi-Fi section. And as the numbers indicate, all of those programs are having a profound effect. What we don't have control over is the second line, which is the blue line on this particular graph, which is emergency medical calls. We've already cut out the invalid assists, and the calls continue to increase. Whether we like it or not, we are an aging population, and we have a high senior population in our community. And the needs are many, and the people are going to call us. We have continued to grow between 3% and 5% per year without the recent growth in our community and without the anticipated new growth that will come with 2 nursing homes in our community being added. This is just one last graph to also show you where all the programs that we've looked at play in. And yes, it's a very scribbled mess. But basically what this is from 1992 to the present is the annual fire loss experienced in the village. And again, we have a lot of programs that are part of the fire department that this board has supported over the years, including public education, code enforcement, building codes, etc. And that has paid off with a combination of training of our personnel and having a very, very, very active and aggressive fire suppression team when these incidents do occur. And I'm proud to point out here that the orange line is the CPI adjustment as of October 1st of this year for all the dollars going back. And there's a trend line in there, and what you'll notice is we have cut our annual fire loss in this community despite growth and despite an aging community in many ways. We have cut our fire loss in half by almost $1 million per year. And that goes back to the manager's point earlier in this conversation, is that we are really here not to talk about fire suppression. And as you know, I've talked to this board several times. Fire department is really not a good name for the department. We're really emergency services. We do a lot of things for the community. And one big area is obviously emergency medical. And that is what's driving the cost of services today and the demands for services. There's not much room we can do in eliminating the extraordinary calls. There's not much more we can do to cut the general fire loss in the community. And we're down to really talking about emergency medical. And this is where the people come in. This is the same period of time. This shows you the ups and downs that was alluded to by the manager and what they were. And the most important thing I wanted to show here is you saw the blue line is continuing to grow every year and will continue to grow as we develop. And you'll see on the right side there, basically since the beginning of the Great Recession, staffing is totally flatlined. And so we have adapted to how to meet the needs of the community, and we are reaching that tipping point that we've been talking about for some time. This is what we do right now. We have 3 fire stations in the community. It's very simple here. I've tried to show you the number of bodies associated with each vehicle. You've seen these vehicles. I want to draw your attention to the right side of the picture. We use what's called the jump company. It's a phrase we've used for years. And what we do is at the main station, we have 2 firefighter paramedics that, depending on the type of call that comes in, jump, if you will, between 2 different vehicles. They are the 3rd ambulance that we've talked about for years. If they are in the firehouse, they take their equipment if needed, and they put it on the ambulance, and they go to the 3rd call. If there's a fire call that comes in, they take their equipment from the floor and they put it on the ladder truck and they handle that as a fire response. There is no ambulance at Station 42, which is the station right behind you. So all of our ambulances right now come out of both sides of the railroad tracks on Hintz Road and on Milwaukee Avenue. I emphasize the jump company here because we just saw this morning ambulances going back and forth. And what actually played out, and we have an app that we can look at the CAD system of what's going on, is we actually had 3 simultaneous ambulance calls going on at the same time here in the community. We had a stroke, we had a fall, and we had an individual with complications due to surgery. As a result, that 3rd ambulance was out on the street, meaning that while that ambulance was on the street, there was no fire protection equipment staffed at Station 24. It's a jostling situation. We go back and forth. And I know I've had a little joking with the board the last couple of weeks of where you've seen during the board meetings the ambulance, and I always emphasize this, there are only 4 streets in the community that go east and west, and 6 that go north and south. You have to go on those 10 streets in order to get anywhere in the community. And as a result, we're right here in the middle, so it's not me setting it up, as some people have laughed about, but I wanted to let people know that that's what's going on. And ironically, while we were in this room, we were living this example this morning. What we are advocating is going to a 15-person shift by adding 2 bodies. We've looked at time off, we've looked at sick leave usage, we've looked at every one of the scenarios of how staff works, we've looked at tenure of personnel and how it fits into the scheduling and everything else. And by adding 6 additional bodies, almost 95% of the time, we will be able to operate a 15-person shift here in the community. And as a result of that, wisely picked by Deputy Chief McGurley pointed out, he says, you know what, we can move that 3rd ambulance because it'll be staffed every day, and we can move it over here to Station 42. And that would actually place an ambulance in all 3 fire stations. And I'll show you the impact of that in a few moments. But basically at each of our fire stations, it would actually put a fire suppression company in, and it would also have a fully staffed ambulance virtually every day. And as a result of that, it will then take what is now a hit or miss 3rd ambulance and give us a dedicated 3rd ambulance to the community, which is where the demand for service is, while still protecting the risk that exists in the community. We have a high industrial park, we have an airport, and like I said, we've got a lot of multifamily and residential in our community.
Chief McIsaac, when are we going to need that 4th ambulance?
I don't know at this point. I would say if that happens, that would be decade plus or more down the road. It would depend on your future development. Right now, this is getting us to what I would call right sizing and getting us to a reasonable level of covering our own responsibilities. As you know, we can't always have, it would be impossible to staff for everything in our community. It would be too cost prohibitive, and that's where mutual aid does come in. And there's always going to be some dependence on mutual aid, just as our neighbors depend on us. And I would see the 4th ambulance right now as that scenario.
Thank you.
So, what does that impact look like to the citizens of the community and the actual, where, if you will, the rubber meets the road? These are 2 GIS maps. If you'll bear with me, I'll walk through them. They can be a little perhaps daunting. The map on the left is what currently exists. That is a 4-minute response time using the actual street infrastructure of our community with an average speed of 25 miles an hour. Now, 4 minutes is when the wheels start turning and the wheels come to a stop. There's a minute that gets lost because of dispatching, getting to the vehicle, and getting out of the barn. As I've explained to the board over the years, the critical path is 4 to 6 minutes. If you're not breathing and you need CPR, after 6 minutes, your chances of recovery dramatically reduce. So the key is to get there in that 4 to 6 minutes and begin good care. This puts us right in the middle. If you look on the left-hand map, our current response pattern, you'll notice that that huge northwest corner of the community is far and outside of our response time here. By moving and going to a 15-person shift, as presented to you today, you end up with the blue being added by putting an ambulance in Station 42. And what you see is a bigger chunk of our community is within that 4 to 6 minute response period, total response period. Now, before somebody goes, well, what about the south half? We've addressed the south half, and that was done several years ago through a relationship with the Prospect Heights Fire Protection District, where their ambulances across the street over there on Wolf Road, and they respond in conjunction with us. So they've eliminated over into the Capitol Drive area and all that. And we have a similar arrangement that you signed for us to go to their Country Garden subdivision south of the high school. So we both have an area that we both have had to address, and we've addressed it. But that northwest side of town is too far for Buffalo Grove and too far from our existing fire stations to give it, you will, the best service possible. And just not to get into the fire station discussion, but this plan on the right-hand side shows you the impact of just moving a vehicle and having the extra staffing. But when eventually Station 42 is moved, this is what happens, and this is why we had the discussion during the summer about eventually with the fire stations, that when Station 42 is eventually moved up down to McHenry Road to the site by the water tower, now what you notice is roughly 95% of our citizens are within that 4 to 6 minute response time. And that's the goal that we have always been striving to try to get to. Cost. Now for the hard news. Everybody wants to know how much it's going to cost. When you look at every conceivable expenditure associated with hiring a new trained firefighter paramedic right out of the box with salary, training, uniforms, protective gear, health, life, etc., pension, everything, it's $156,000 and change per employee.
And that's today's dollars.
Today's dollars. So 6 firefighter paramedics to hire today would cost just short of $1 million in order to hire. We went back and said, okay, how can we pay for this? And the first thing we looked at is what is the impact of adding 6 people to the fire department and the flexibility it adds to the organization. And we talked about things such as total time off, as I alluded to, sick leave usage, historic, looking at it. And what we started to realize that a good chunk of our current overtime budget in the budget you're looking at today is as a result of us having no flexibility in the organization, that when somebody is sick, when somebody is off, when somebody goes to school, when an employee retires or leaves and we have a vacancy that has to be filled, we are back to almost every day an $1,100 overtime hire back. And so we started looking at what did that equate to in all of these particular line items within the budget, and eventually recognized that we could save out of our current overtime budget $265,000 and change with just hiring the 6 firefighter paramedics. Obviously, that's not $1 million, but it's a good start. And so we went a little deeper, and this is where the finance department got involved with us as well. And we started looking at different things. One of the projects that has been tasked to this organization is ambulance billing. Eileen, our management analyst, was tasked to go back and look at all of our ambulance billing. What are we doing? What can we do better? What can we do more streamlined? She talked to our billing service, Andre's medical billing. She looked at various other aspects. She came forward, we looked at it. The deputy chief and I ripped it apart, came back, looked at what we thought was reasonable, customary, ordinary, if you will, for the village of Wheeling, a palatable solution. And the first thing we recognized here is that there is a step that we can do internal with no impact that is a little more assertive billing, okay? Assertive billing meaning that there's people out there that don't pay their co-pays and their deductibles. I want to emphasize before I get too deep in ambulance billing that we are a public aid provider. We are a Medicare, Medicaid licensed provider. And as such, we are obligated when we became that to accept what Medicare, Medicaid pays for our senior citizens with an agreement that we would not bill them for anything more. So we have to limit what we do. So what we're going to be talking about here does not affect our senior citizens in this community. Their billing, nothing changes. However, healthcare in our country has changed dramatically over the last 10 years. And what's happened is people with health insurance, more of them have higher deductibles and more of them have higher co-pays. And the policy direction or direction from this board in the past has been take what you get, don't be too aggressive in trying to get the rest. Well, that worked when everybody was an 80-20 insurance policy or a 90-10 and had maybe a copay of $10 out of their pocket, but that's no longer the reality of the medical billing world right now. And what we've identified is we are leaving thousands and thousands of dollars on the table without more assertively pursuing copays and deductibles for insurance-paying people. Now, what does that really mean, and where does it get a little lost? An example, January 3rd, you have private insurance, you take an ambulance ride, okay, and you have a $10,000 deductible in your health care, you're going to get a bill from the village of Wheeling, and what happens is your insurance company says, thank you very much, but it's a brand new year, and they apply your $1,000 ambulance bill to your deductible. You got the credit for it, we didn't get paid for it, unless we go after the individual and pursue the individual to pay that $1,000. It's no different than what a doctor or hospital does. If you went to the doctor on January 3rd and you had medical care and the doctor said your office visit is $100 and you haven't met your deductible yet, you're responsible for that $100 office visit. It's no different than what we're asking to do here and we're pursuing. We've identified that by adding a phone call and by pursuing some language changes on our notices with no changes in processing, we can anticipate, based upon similar organizations that are doing it, obtaining a $70,000 to an $85,000 increase in our annual ambulance billing. The other area that we looked at, 2 years ago, we raised our ambulance fees here in the village. The direction from the board last time, when we looked at all of the communities around us, is that we should be average. And we showed you that average, and our rates were set for that. Well, 2 years have gone by, and what we've also noticed is so has the average crept up. And right now, the average has gone up between $50 and $150 per ambulance call, depending on the level of care and service. So if we were to raise our current rates to keep up with average in the area, we would see another increase of between $10,000 and $15,000 a year. Another area that we looked at is what's the impact in 2018 when the third ambulance in this community was not available and we had to rely on mutual aid to come in. We don't get to bill for calls we don't transport. And as you remember, we worked an arrangement with Prospect Heights, an intergovernmental agreement. The Attorney General's office has said you can't bill for ambulance service with your neighbors unless both parties mutually agree for when you go mutual aid to them. We did that with Prospect Heights. So if we go to Prospect Heights, we can bill, and vice versa, they'll bill for their services. But other than that, we don't get anything if Northbrook comes and takes our residents to the hospital. That's lost revenue because the third ambulance was not available. So looking at 2018 data and looking at those times where if we'd had the staffing we could have, we would see an increase of between $40,000 and $50,000 a year of additional revenue just by having a third ambulance staffed every day and available instead of being a jump company. Bringing the total here of potential revenue just on these items between $120,000 and $150,000. So if we go back to how much does it cost for a firefighter paramedic, $1 million approximately. If we take the new potential revenues that I just explained at 120, the low end, and I take the reduction in overtime, we've paid for approximately 50% of the new firefighter paramedics. So we went back and we talked to our finance department associates, and we looked at everything else that we can do. And we said, okay, much like the presentation that Michael Monshane showed you today, we had to look at a lot of variables as to what the impact was. Looking at sales tax, looking at property tax, looking at everything. And the only place, as you've already heard, ultimately is on a property tax. So we sat down and said, how do you soften this? How do you spread it out with the captured growth of the upcoming town center or the Crossroads TIF district? Looking at some of the potential revenue streams that Michael has talked about today. And what's been identified is that if we put off hiring the 6 firefighter paramedics to January 1 of 2021, a year from now, and going forward, you add approximately a 1% annual increase to your normal increment going forward in the years 21, 22, and 23, we have sufficient cash flow to absorb the expense of the 6 additional firefighter paramedics. So at the end of the day here is we've gone from 9 being perfect, 6 can be workable and provide improved services to the citizens of the community. We can pay for that cost, approximately 50% of it, with budgetary adjustments and some changes to our ambulance billing. And we can absorb by putting it off a year and absorbing this going forward into the tax increment adjustment and meet the needs of the community.
You can talk, but I want to ask something. Yeah. I'll let you talk.
Your show, man.
Thank you. So we, by putting off the 1% annual increase until the men are hired, that would give us a year of putting this off. But if I look at our history of trying to plan for these things, wouldn't it make more sense to try and not necessarily, I don't want to say pad the budget, but we know this is going to, I'm pretty sure this is going to happen. It has to happen. We have 1,000 new rooftops occurring. Wouldn't it make sense to maybe add 0.25% or 0.5% to what we're doing now? We know it's going to happen, and then we would actually have we do get we get interest on some of our, money. And I had it written down here somewhere, but isn't this something we should plan for and maybe consider throwing in another, I don't like the idea of paying more taxes, I live here too, but 0.25% or 0.5%, it would benefit us in the long run, wouldn't it?
So the answer is...
Was that really unclear?
No.
As it sounded in my head? Okay.
No, and actually, that's a great introduction, because the part of the beauty of this plan, besides the fact that the department was able to...
Sorry, that sounded so muddled coming out.
No, I think it works.
Whatever.
Part of the beauty of the plan, besides they were able to create the efficiencies where we're talking about 6 bodies, is, one, the payment structure is fluid. So and 2021 was not just a randomly picked number. By 2021, Wheeling Town Center will be fully occupied. By 2021, probably Uptown 500 will be fully housed. The Whitley will be thinking about opening, and perhaps development in other places in town will come online. So that's why we picked 2021. What that gives the board is the opportunity for 2 things. One, to make sure that the numbers that we're presenting you as additional revenue are accurate, because that'll give you all of next year to look at, okay, are we really going to see these kinds of reductions, particularly when we talk about changes to ambulance billing. And 2, as President Horker just said, it gives you the opportunity to do whatever you want when it comes to the impact on the levy. You could add 3% this year. You could add 3% flat in 2021. You could go 0.5% this year. You have an opportunity to get ahead of it, spread out longer.
I'm not looking at adding the whole 3%. I'm just looking at it like the interest compounds, or
I just mean that you have options. That's all, to do exactly as you said.
I'm not saying to add 3% to the 2.75.
You have options, that's all I'm saying.
Trustee Vogel, you had a question?
Yeah, what am I missing here? If we increase 1% in '21, and that's when we hire these 6 individuals, I thought a 1% increase in the levy is only worth $160,000. We're coming up $400,000 short to cover it.
Correct.
Where's that coming from?
Our general fund, our balance. We're simply trying not to hit the public with 3%, because that 1% is on top of whatever the maintenance increase would be. So we're simply trying to keep that number at bay, that's all. And again, it goes back to my comment about fluid. You could get ahead of it. If you start getting ahead of it, whether it's this year or next year or whatever, you can spread that a little thinner and lessen the impact on our reserves.
Okay, again, that top number, $941,000, forget all the savings. That's the first year.
Correct.
And then there's incremental increases every year.
Yes.
Okay. So the second year, that could be $1 million with increases and step increases, et cetera.
Is this on? Okay. Yes. Yes, the cost will go up from there. Now, that is very predictable, as we've seen. Every year we give out, we don't give out, but we agree to cost of living adjustments. Health insurance costs go up, pension costs go up. Yes, it will go up.
Yeah, pensions went up 9.33 this year, percent.
Conversely, though, all the things that were listed, and again, part of the beauty of this is all the things that were listed as revenue savings are not one time. So they are also annual, and while they may not increase, the savings that you're realizing from, say, for example, just the reduction in overtime, you will see every year.
Okay. Thank you.
Next.
I have some.
Trustee Fiscal, I'm sorry.
Michael, in terms of what we're calling maintenance, in terms of incremental increases every year. So for next year, we won't have to do a 5.5% levy increase, right? If we want to capture, if our goal is to capture somewhere between 2 to 3% to just keep with inflation, which is my goal, I don't know about anybody else's goal, but it's kind of my goal, we won't have to do a 5.5% increase to capture the new value, correct?
You won't, right. You only have to do that once. because of this expiring TIF district, and then it becomes part of the base going forward. So then we would be looking at increases that are incremental to offset inflationary costs, the normal increases in salaries and benefits. And, to the and that's going to vary somewhere between, the high 2s and maybe 4%, depending on how our other revenue sources do.
And so how do the other taxing bodies that have that 1.9% cap keep with inflation?
Yeah, it's a question that we've talked about internally, and the chief, I think, wants to address that. But it's difficult, especially you look at like the Prospect Heights Fire Protection District would be one of those taxing districts that does not. So I'll let him speak for himself, but I think they rely more on like ambulance fees and things like that.
It's interesting that you mention that. About 10 years ago, a trustee on this board asked and said, maybe the fire department should become a fire protection district. And here we are 10 years later with tax caps.
Is that me?
And the irony of this is that the fire districts are financially hurting tremendously, depending upon their the makeup of their particular community.
Seemed like a good idea at the time.
Good time. Example, some of you may remember the classic example of where this is heading is a number of years ago, there used to be what was called the Glenbrook Fire Protection District, which surrounded basically Glenbrook Hospital and those areas of unincorporated Glenview. And eventually they reached a point where they actually literally could not make payroll, pay their bills, and they were taken over in a very short period of time by the Village of Glenview. Today, we have a very similar situation playing out in what's known as the North Main Fire Protection District, which is unincorporated Des Plaines. And there is talk underway of splitting that district up between three communities, Des Plaines, Niles, and Park Ridge, to take them over. Prospect Heights, it's a conversation that I've had with two fire chiefs, the prior one and the current one. And it's one of the reasons that we are doing a joint operational consolidation is because eventually both I and that chief believe, not soon, but someday, unless there's a major change in the taxing structure for those agencies, that someday, many years from now, the Prospect Heights Fire District will be in a very similar problem, and that the way to deal with it is not be caught with a phone call, hey, we can't make our payroll, can you take us over? But rather to have plans in place, so the only thing that eventually changes is a patch on a shirt and the color maybe of the truck. But you are correct, and those are all hurting. And you're going to see that in little examples in the metro area here over the next several years.
Can I just add another example is the school districts, what I've seen over the years, and I think everybody who's, still have kids in the schools have probably seen this too, is because they are dealing with that property tax cap and the 1.9% limit for this year that they can increase, they've gone to other sources of revenue to make up the difference. So the student fees have gone up and up and up. I have two kids in high school. The fees this year were close to $1,000 for the two of them. When I was in high school, property taxes paid for generally everything, and there weren't much in fees at all. But when you're limited by the property tax cap, you have to find other sources of revenue to make up the difference. I think, I'm not as familiar, but I think the Wheeling Park District has probably done the same thing with their fees as well. That's what you have to do in those situations.
We also have referendums that go through that don't affect the cap, correct? When the voters say, yes, District 21 can have whatever they just bonded for.
That's right.
That doesn't affect the cap.
When they get to a point where they just can't fund in the case of District 21, security and other need, air conditioning and that, they go to referendum and they ask for more money.
The point of my question wasn't really to get super into the weeds on it, especially with the fire. I was more focused on schools and other districts. It's just, I don't want to keep increasing 3 and 4, 5% a year when everyone else is living off 1.9, because then it looks like we're high on the hog. And I don't want to do that. Just because we can, if other people are able to do it, and yes, the Park District, it costs $80 to golf at Chevy Chase, I get it, and $50 to go to the pool with a family of 4.
Right.
Things like that. But if there's a way, that we can limit this.
Well, the alternative is to increase our fees. So we could be charging more for ambulance calls. Now, as the chief pointed out, Medicare will pay what Medicare pays, but insurance will pay more than what we're charging. And we could be charging more for just about anything, building permits, you name it. But we've avoided doing that,
Right.
And then so it falls back to the property tax levy. So it's a trade-off. In some ways, it's pick your poison,
We have some questions on the side. Trustee Rufato and then Trustee Kruger. And you guys can come back.
My comment here is that when we were going through the budget process and we saw a line about revenue increasing from ambulance calls, and then the optics here of potential new revenue just doesn't sit right with me in this impact. I think based upon what I hear, we need these 6, but the optics of including this new revenue just doesn't sit right with me. That's my only comment. We made a comment during the presentation that we saw increase in ambulance calls and the dollar amount. And the comment was, well, that's really not a revenue source that we really look at. And what we're doing here is we're basically saying that, yeah, it is a revenue source and we're going to change some things, increase that revenue. And that it's just an optic thing for me. And I think we need the 6, but from the perspective of those dollar amounts, that's my concern.
I just want to make sure I understand. Are you in favor of the program? It's just the way we've explained it?
Yes.
By calling that revenue?
I'm in favor of it, and but I'm not sure the $120,000 increase. I think we should take that out and figure out other ways to do that, because to me, it just doesn't look right. We went through a process, and unless we are, we're not increasing those rates. Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
You don't.
It's just an optic perspective.
I think there's 2 different things. The $120,000 is really people who aren't paying their bills. So it isn't that versus bringing our ambulance fee to average.
Yes.
So those are 2 different things. The bringing to average was a much smaller number than the $120,000.
Okay.
I'm simply people who aren't paying their bills.
Okay, well then.
It's debt collection, not increased fees.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification.
Trustee Kruger.
Thank you. Chief McIsaac, I thoroughly believe we need the 6 people, so let's start there. But I think I recall telling you that when I got to ride in the brand-new ambulance one time, and I said that I had just paid my balance that was not covered by my insurance, you thought I was really crazy, because no one typically does. So that additional revenue source of debt collection, I'm thoroughly in favor of. My question is, are you proposing to start doing that in 2020 in preparation for 2021?
I'd like to start on Monday.
I think that's
Very
a policy
good.
thing, isn't
Well,
I'm
it's
in.
really not.
Oh?
The things that the chief had mentioned earlier are not policy decisions for the board. It's the means by which staff and our outsourced company go about collections.
Right.
What does have to come back to the board and is policy is bringing our ambulance fees to average.
That is correct.
So that would come to the board, and the answer to your question is yes, for 2020.
Correct.
The rest we can implement simply by a phone call, because there is no policy that needs to be amended, there's no legislation that needs to be amended, it's simply a call between Eileen and the billing company.
And one last item then is, we've talked earlier today with Michael and the staff about additional revenue sources like level playing field and potential cannabis revenue. We don't know what those are going to bring to us. Could those be positive enough that it helps reduce this $1 million or $940,000 bill?
Yes, especially with the cannabis tax. If that turns out to be worth what it could be worth, which is potentially $1 million a year in revenue, that offsets $941,000, so.
Hopefully,
And remember-
everybody sticks to their guns and doesn't allow these shops in their communities.
Exactly. And remember, we're only trying to get to 550,000.
That's right.
Just,
We're only talking
it's
about
not
a
a million.
$500,000.
I mean, if we get to $1 million, we made
Right.
$400,000.
Right. So we're on the right track as long as we start something, in 2020 where we can to get ahead of what we know we're going to do, because we know we need 6. So.
Yeah, the only thing I want to caveat is that obviously in 2020, we cannot cut the overtime because we don't have the 6
Right.
bodies. It would only be the adjustments on your screen right now, which would be the adjustments in ambulance billing.
$120,000 to $150,000 is just that. So I'm sure Michael will know what to do with it and put it on the side and wait. So I think that's great. Good job by your whole entire team. So that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Papantos.
Okay. I just want to clarify some things. Do we know if Wheeling is above average or average as far as the number of, and I'm kind of looking at Director Huizar on this question, the number of Medicare, Medicaid calls that go through compared to other communities? Where we are set at
We're on the high
fee.
end. We're on the high end. Medicare is a locked rate, first of all, okay? We don't set the rate. They
Right.
set the rate. But we're running between 65-70% of our calls are Medicare, Medicaid based. And that is huge. And when you look at other communities, they're smaller. They're around the 50 percentile.
Right. So that does, I want to say cost us some money, but for lack, it's the best way I can say it. What would you say, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, an average ambulance call costs?
Well, doing basic, simple math, it would be as simple as taking, our $12 million budget and dividing it out, and that's what, $3,800 a call, and we're billing at about $1,000, and Medicare is paying us around $600.
And I think that's what I'm getting at, that this is not a revenue source. It costs us $3,800, and I know the numbers are, you can play with them all you want, but our average bill is only $1,000. We probably do have to look at what those bills are to go out and what we need to go forward. I agree with what Trustee Kruger was saying. We have a lot of potentially new revenue sources coming up next year as far as the sales tax leveling for online sales and any cannabis sales. I would hate to increase the tax levy next year to kind of get us a little bit more, until we know what those effects are, especially since Wheeling Township just went through the triennial reassessment and everybody's taxes are probably going to get hit. I haven't heard of anybody who said their assessment went down based on the new assessments. Everybody was talking about going way up. So before we hit people even harder again, let them get used to it and climb into 2021 instead.
If I could build on one item, Trustee Papanos, and it's more of an information standpoint, but you talked about where do we stand with billing and things of this nature. One of the things that's kind of unique in the Chicago metro area, if you will, is that emergency medical services are provided by the local fire department. In a huge portion of the United States, ambulance service is provided by private ambulance service. and there is a straight outward fee charged. And we've had some recent situations here in the village involving village employees who have had to use private ambulances to have family members inter-hospital transported between hospitals for medical care, and those bills are in the neighborhood of $6,000 plus. And that's typical for private ambulance companies because they are A, a for-profit agency, and B, they don't have tax revenue underneath, so the user gets hit with wham the entire bill, and then depending on what, obviously, your insurance and Medicare and everything will pay them, and you're on the hook for the rest. So $1,000 ambulance bill for us is still a value. Okay, it's not per se a perfect match, but it is a value to our residents versus having private service.
And I think it's important to point out, no matter what our ambulance fees are, Medicare, Medicaid patients will not be adversely affected, and those typically are the patients who are on a fixed income, per se.
Everything that's on this slide has nothing to do with our seniors and Medicare, Medicaid. They will see absolutely no change.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. So the next step.
The next step really, as far as formality, would be to come back to the board as far as adjusting our average, our ambulance rate to average, which would come to you via resolution. The rest really is just marching orders for us. We'll make the changes that we can make to billing immediately. And then from then on, it's measuring. It's measuring the success of the implementation of those changes next year and preparing then for 2021. That's it.
Do we need an opinion, a direction on?
I guess you can formally ask, if everyone agrees as explained that we would move forward.
With a levy?
Oh, no, other than that, other than questions about the fire department, we're done for the day.
Oh, cool. Any other questions on the fire department, Mr. Rufato?
No, thank you for the work and putting behind this, because I know.
It's a team effort.
Yeah, I know working with what you're looking for, 9 down to 6, is a lot of work, and thank you for that.
Well, we're done.
Trustee Kruger?
I have nothing further for fire.
Thank you. Trustee Lang?
Agreed, nothing further.
Trustee Vito? Trustee Papantos?
Of course. Just to address a comment that was based on absolutely no facts. Our fire departments are not Taj Mahals, nor have they ever been. I think our fire department, as we've just seen, it gives the best service for the cheapest amount of money that they possibly can and always have been. There was a fire recently that Chief McIsaac and Deputy Chief McGrill told me about in Park Ridge. And because of that fire, they lost a ladder truck worth $1 million. Wheeling did respond to that fire. We lost 3 sets of turnout gear.
That is correct.
Due to chemical contamination. I really resent uninformed residents coming in here and making comments about our staff or our facilities when our people are putting their lives on the line and risking their own life and equipment. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Papantos. Trustee Vogel?
No, thanks, Chief.
Then that's it as far as fire. As far as the budget goes, we will proceed with formal adoption of the fiscal year 2020 budget at a December meeting. Same with the tax levy. All of it will be as presented this evening, and I don't think there were any changes. Were there any changes to pink sheets?
Yes.
Pink sheet changes?
One, right?
Did we add any?
The lights.
The lights.
The lights.
The lights. So that's the only change. Other than that, thank you. Other than that one item, the budget will be presented for adoption exactly as presented today. Same with the levy. And as far as fire department, we have our marching orders for the next calendar year, and we'll be coming back to you in 2021 with a request to hire.
Done.
If that is it, we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Can I say one thing?
Trustee Lang, please.
Okay. You know, this exercise, it's a long morning for most of us, but it...
Shorter than it used to be.
For me, yes, it is. It used to be an all-day affair. But for me, it really renews my faith in this town and the future of how poised we are to be successful. And John, you know, I stand behind you 100% and the staff that you've assembled to do this for our town. I mean, you guys get out there every day and make us look good. And this town has never been better, and I appreciate that from all you guys. And John, you are in charge of these guys, and your call to assemble this staff the way you did, I stand behind you 100%.
Thank you.
Well said, well said.
I'd also like to thank the Finance Department for another fantastic job on this budget. I don't know how, but you can actually make something that should be really, really boring pretty palatable to get through, so thank you.
He'd also be happy to run you through 2 more games of Kahoot to get rid of those 2 gift cards.
I know where he could get rid of them.
Yeah.
We do have a single motion to adjourn from
By
Mr.
whom?
Rufato. And a second we need. Trustee Lang. All in favor?
Ayes.
Aye.
Any opposed? You can sit here as long as you like. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all.